Okay. All right. So I'm just testing some stuff out. I think what you really need to do, yeah, that's what I need to do is go down there. Uh, Let me get my coffee. Alrighty. So I actually clicked the go live button. I'm actually doing setting it up beforehand, and then I use OBS, and then I start the stream, and I forget to click the go live button on YouTube, but I did it this morning. So there's some things. All right, let's first. Uh, I'm using Bullnox. Yesterday I passed that eval. It it got approved, so that's like 5 funded accounts. I'm trading a funded account this morning. Uh, and what I would suggest that people do, if you're with Rhythmic, you have to use Rhythmic Trader Pro if you're using these prop firms, like Bullnox or Apex, whatever. You have to use Rhythmic Trader Pro and then sign their thing. And then most people just forget about Rhythmic Trader Pro. And then what they do is they just do their executions from NinjaTrader or Quantower or whatever platform they're using. But what I am doing, and I just switched over today, I normally have this set up right here. Okay, this is Rhythmic Paper Trading Chicago area positions. I just did a test this morning just to make sure what was going on, to make sure the order routing, everything was good. Uh, it was like I made what, like $20 on that. So I made like $19 on that test. Okay, so and what I would suggest is that you go to the main screen. Just go to your main screen, okay? Go to the main screen here and click on positions and then have that window off to the side. Because if something happens, if you get disconnected from NinjaTrader, you can't close out a position if you're currently in it and things like that, but you can close it out here when you're connected to Rhythmic. So I would highly suggest you go to positions, and I'll give you your positions window right here. Then you just click this little X right here. That'll show you that you're in a position. Click this out, and you'll close it out. I highly suggest that you do that. Also, we have the order book. I am not doing any more orders through NinjaTrader platform. I'm doing it right from Rhythmic. So I just click on the order book right here. And I just have it routing right through the order book. Now, I have two tabs up. I've got two tabs up. Okay. I've got the way I'm setting this up is I have NQ for the minis, and then I have the micros. Okay, and I just set the micros to 2, and then I set the minis to 1. And the reason I'm doing that is because if for some reason ATR goes crazy and it's like 40 ATR in a 1 minute and you still want to trade, you need to jump down and downsize. Okay. Uh, I will normally try to keep that in line on stream and let people know that. So let's look at what's wrapping up today. We got about 12 minutes. So let's see what's going on today. If you look at a TPO chart, you look at a TPO chart, time price opportunity. Okay, this is Asian session and this is just the current session. Okay, so if you look, I need a drawing. Where's the drawing? Path? No. Thought the drawing tool was there, but yeah, brush. So if we look right here, this right here is the current session. This right here is a time price opportunity chart, and this is a volume chart. Okay. And that is a volume chart. That's how that is set up. I'm going to be creating one of these in NinjaTrader. I'm going to be creating one of these in NinjaTrader. But that right there is the TPO chart. Now, yesterday, what we did most of the time was spent during the whole Asian New York session at the point of control down here. Okay, let's go to settings and then just default to regular trading hours. Okay, so the New York session right here, we're currently um, right in this area. This is the New York session from yesterday. The point of control was here in the volume profile. It had a double distribution day. They call this a double distribution day. Right in this area right here, there was no volume. Okay. Right in this area, there was no volume. So right now, we're right here. Okay. And if we break this high, I'm thinking we can go up in this area because this day we had most of the time was spent right around 065 and the point of control was around 085, 087. Okay. So we could come up here. If we get through this area right here, we could come up into this area right here because we have a lot of, on this day, we had a lot of time spent in this area and the volume was right up in here as well as this day. So I'm thinking if we move up, this area right here is going to be resistance first. And if we get past that, if we get past this area right here, uh, we'll just go ahead and delete that. If we get past this area right here, then we could possibly travel up into the 24,900 area. That is what I'm thinking. Okay, this is going to be resistance. We need to break through this, close above it, stay above it, uh, like on a 5 minute, and then we can come up into this area right here. I use these as just guidelines to see where we are at. So the news we had today was U.S. retail sales month over month. Uh, it wasn't all that, not much of a market mover. Then we have news coming out. As usual, we have news coming out. We have Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessor, has just asked the U.S. of America for a ceasefire. Okay, that's fine. The sales month over month actual was 0.6%. The forecast was 0.5%. Okay, and then we have news come out. Trump, I will express my disgust with NATO in his speech. Says he is absolutely considering withdrawing the U.S. from NATO. He's just hot air. You're not going to remove the U.S. from NATO. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? I mean, we do most of the work anyways, but still, you're crazy. We spend the most money. I mean, if he did that, then let's say a Democrat gets in office or a Republican gets in office the next term, and then they like NATO, they're going to re-enter. So just stay put. We got we got bigger concerns about yeah. I'm not too worried about that. Now there is something that I want to go over here. Let me make sure. Got about 7 minutes. Let me if that link is working. Um, there's still a free key to use for this. There's still a free key to use. All right, I will be right back. Funded account. Let's go, boys. Let's go. We got 5 of them. All right. All righty. What we got here? What we got here? What we got here? Let's get a little music going. We're only better not do that. Yeah. Hopefully we don't have any news today, people, with this Iran stuff. Hopefully we don't have any news going on. Hopefully it can be a nice slow day with the news. Now we do have stuff coming up. Uh, at 9:45 S&P manufacturing PMI final. That's nothing. Crude oil inventories. Well, if you trade crude oils at 10:30, you got crude oil inventories. Okay. You got crude oil inventories at 10:30. Crude oil inventories. 9 o'clock. Trump addresses the nation. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Trump addresses nation. 9 o'clock. Yeah. What we do have here, I kind of switched up my mouse keys, so this will be a little bit better. Is no, I don't want that. I want this. We had a sell and bounce right there. We had a sell and balance. We closed above it. That is bullish. We have 62, 100 contracts, 62 and 100. Uh, one order executions coming to the market, and we kind of ran up on that about 18 points, 20 points roughly. Could have ran up, waited for a micro pullback, got in on this, got yourself about 10 points real quick. There is something new that I am testing. It is a delta surge. If you see a little green or blue violet arrow up or down, be aware if you try to take it, you're 3 seconds, about a few seconds uh, buffer. You're about a few seconds back. So just be aware of that. If you try and take them because you think they're trade signals, I am testing them because I'm on version 1.4. I'm on version 1.4, so be careful about following those signals that you will see. All righty. Got about 1 minute to the open. The fireworks are going to start. Uh, when the market opens, I got to switch over to real time trading hours. Market's open. Let the market settle down for the first, at least a minimum of first 5 minutes. Let it settle down. Okay, that right there was a signal, but it do not go for it. Okay, we had delta surge of -69. You just don't want to do it. Okay, we had delta surge of -69. Need to make them a little bit bigger. Okay, we had a delta surge of -69. Do not follow these buy sell arrows right here. Do not follow them, and the reason why you should not follow them is because I am testing this. This is legitimate delta surge. I need to make the text a little bit bigger. -69 delta surge on this candle, but it was the first minute. Actually, I'm on a 30-second chart. The first 30 seconds of the market being open, we had a delta surge going down. Okay, we're at negative on the 30-second chart. We're at -421. Okay, you really sit on your hands the first 5 minutes, please. Just sit on your hands. If you try and get opening drives, that's fine. I do that. Actually, I did that last week when I was trading the ES. I did an opening drive. Okay. You got to be careful with these opening drives. You got to be careful with these opening drives. Okay. Yeah, you got to be careful with the opening drives, folks. Let's look at the heat map, see what's going on. You got some resting bids down in here about 036. Resting offers, there's not very many up here. It's not lighting up too much. You see what I'm talking about? We go down and then it slams right back up. You got to sit on your hands the first 5 minutes, people. You really have to sit on your hands the first 5 minutes. Don't be doing very much. Sit on your hands first 5 minutes. Market's not going to go anywhere. Actually, I think yesterday when I passed that eval, I think yesterday okay, we got a delta surge right here. We got a delta surge on the first 5 minutes right here. We got Delta surge on the first 5 minutes right here. I got me a quick scalp. I just don't like that. Uh, Plus, if we get up here to about 15 points, I mean, I only made about $100 on that. I just didn't like it that much. Plus, we're in the first 5 minutes, to be quite honest. We're in the first 5 minutes. We got to sell. That's why I took my 5 points and moved on. I don't even know how much I made. Probably not much at all. I don't even know. Come here, man. What you doing? Actually, it was actually pretty decent. We got a Delta surge right there too on that one. Sit on your hands, folks. This market's gone nuts. Sit on your hands. Made 6 points on that on the first trade right here. I should have held it. I mean, I could have made a lot more. I could have made like 20 points on this trade, but I didn't. Because the Delta surge was really good. That was 139. I really got to make those bigger. I really got to make that bigger. And if you look at the Delta surge, if you look at the footprint charts, the reason I'm doing the Delta surge is if you look at the footprint chart, you can see on a footprint chart, you can see the Delta surging. Trying to see, like right up in this area right here, you have 139. This one row is tick merged to four, so this is one whole point. So it kind of it'll kick off like up in like up in this area, we had that delta surge. So that's when this will show up, and we have 119 positive delta. And when that shows up, normally you can get in and probably got yourself about 20 points. But you have to understand that you're about 3 to 5 seconds uh, slower, okay? Because I'm streaming, okay? The reason I went in on the first trade is because we had a buy and bounce right here, and we were breaking this area. So then I went on ahead and got in. Then we had that delta surge right there, and then you possibly could have gotten yourself 20 points. But the problem is, I didn't like the price action, to be quite honest. So I just got out for a 6 point profit. Um, right on 30-second candle. Let me go back to solid candles here. The delta surges, you're going to see there's another delta surge right there. There's another delta surge right there. Okay. I don't even know what that was. That was only for a couple points. Be careful following these delta surges. I am on version 1.4. I am testing something, folks. And also, you need to understand you don't have this yet. I'm on version 1.4. This will be released this weekend. Uh, the Delta Surge signals right here. These Delta Surges right here. It will be released this weekend. And here, let's look at a footprint chart real quick and see what this Delta, where this Delta Surge probably was. Uh, there's something else I need to put in here. There's something else I need to put in here, folks. Something else I need to put in here, kind of like I'm on a 30-second chart. I'm scalping on a 30-second chart. Um, there was a delta surge of 136. So when you get it, let's say it shows up in this area, when you get that pop, you just got to get in, get out real quick, and maybe you got yourself $200. A delta surge, you really need to. I need to do a video on this. I need to do a video on how these delta surges work. Man, that is really low text. I wonder if I can compile it real quick. I wonder if I can compile it real quick. Uh, be careful following these delta surges. You are 3 seconds past, 3 to 5 seconds past. I mean, you could possibly. I mean, this delta surge was right here. We had that 96 seller that got caught on the wrong side. So yeah, you could have made yourself about 40 points on this. Okay, you gotta be careful. The opening, we had the delta surge down, then we had delta surge up, then we had uh, this buyer or this seller right here get caught. Then blah. You had this seller get caught in 96 contracts and one execution. They got caught. Okay, then we had a delta surge of 119 up in this area, and then you could have gotten in on the break of that, and then yeah, you probably would have gotten yourself a nice nice 40-point run. Uh, the delta surge, I'm on version 1.4. It's not released. I'm going to go ahead and release it this weekend. There's another thing I would like to do for it. I kind of have something like this on the order flow bar indicator, but not as good. I kind of refactored a little bit. I'm actually putting in uh, the 3 trades that I took yesterday that were positive that I passed eval on. That was all on a range 40 range bar, and I was basically uh, trading delta surges. Hold on, I have to mute myself. Okay. Um, okay, let's focus. Let's focus. Um, the market has been open for 10 minutes, so it's kind of settled down. Right now we're kind of coming back down. Okay, this main chart is a minute chart. I thought it was a 30-second chart, but I guess it's a minute chart. Okay. I'm looking at it. It's a minute chart. That's fine. Trade off a minute. And then this one over here is a 5 minute. Okay, this is a 5 minute chart. Right here, you have the DOM right here. This is the resting orders. Okay, if you're new here, this is the resting orders. This is the volume profile. This is the delta profile. This column is large sellers, this column is large buyers, and that just reminds me I need to go to settings and go to New York session. Okay. Um, there we go. We're on New York session. I had a little brain fart. I didn't switch over. Um, had a little brain fart, did not switch over. That's okay. It usually happens. I usually get a couple a day. I usually get a couple brain farts a day. That's okay, folks. Um, all right, now we're cooking with fire. Now we're cooking with fire. As you can see right here, as you can see right here, if I can get this. This right here is the resting orders. This is the volume profile with the point of control. This is the delta profile. This column is the large sellers. Okay, we have large sellers right here. Boom, boom, large sellers. Then we had a large buyer right there at 51. That right there. And then we had that 45. That is that one right there. This right here is a point of control. That right there is a point of control for the large orders. Okay, that is a point of control for the large orders. That just tells you that's where the largest order contract was. And if it's on this side, that means that's a sell, which was this 96 right here. Okay. So right now we're coming back down. If you kind of look at this, we are coming back down. The moving average is definitely going to flatline. We are trading below it on the 1 minute. However, if you look over here on the 5 minute, it is still sloping upwards. We're coming right down to that 96. We're coming right back down to this large the distribution of positive delta right here. Okay, keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that. Okay, if we close below this 5 minute, we don't know what's going to happen. Let me take a look at the TPO chart. What's going on? Okay, we're kind of selling off a little bit. Uh, the TPO chart, as you can see right here, this is New York session. We are right here in this area, right here, right here. This day right here, we had most of the time being spent up in this area, and then we had the boat volume profile right up in here at about 24,100. Okay, so I'm keeping an eye on that. I need to write me some code for one of them. I need a TPO chart for Ninja Trader is basically what I need. There is no signal here, folks. Not for me. There's no signal here. I mean, yeah, if you want to go short, you can go short. Maybe you come down here to these resting bids right here. We don't know if you can make it through there or not, but I'm not taking that. You want to know why? Come on. Oh, wait a minute. Wrong button. You want to know why? Because we had a delta surge here. We had delta surge here. Somewhere up in this area, we had some delta surges. Okay. So that's why I'm not trading this. Be careful about trading these signals right here. Okay. I need to, where's my Z? Where's my Z? There we go. Sorry about that. That was just a flash of code real quick. Do, do, do. I need to pay attention to what I'm doing. I really want to make this text bigger. I made a little money so far today on my funded account. Not much. Made a little bit of money. Uh, the eval was passed yesterday. It got approved. Uh, eval got approved yesterday. You see, we did. You see the 5 minute right there. The 5 minute. This is why you don't take stuff like this. Okay, you don't take stuff like this. You wait for the 5 minute to close. We're closing right above that moving average right there, but we're still sloping upwards. If you look over here, we're still sloping upwards. We're bouncing off of it. Okay, you got to be aware of the large sellers right up in this area. Uh, so you kind of have to be careful. Okay, you kind of have to be careful. Um, these delta surges are pretty good. There's a lot more logic involved than just the delta surge. And a delta surge, if you don't understand what a delta surge is, let's say, okay, right now we're at like, okay, let's say this candle right here, we're at zero or like positive 10 delta. If all of a sudden it goes from positive 10 delta to positive 100, that's a delta surge. Okay. I'm kind of testing it. I have it set, and then I have the numbers being printed right there on the screen, but they're so stinking small, I can't read it. I mean, I can read it, but you can't. Um, I need to get them about the size of the delta down here, and I need to figure that out. I know where it is in the code, but I'm trying to pay attention and trying to get me to do. All right, let's go down to the bottom of the code. Wow, that's kind of small text too on the other screen. Whoa, that's even smaller. Raw text. Font size. There we go. That's what I need. But double font size, math text is 8. Okay, so it's being the way I did this. Maybe we should go here. Let me maybe 12, 14, maybe. That's about the biggest it's going to look like. Uh, Whoops. Wrong direction. Yeah, be careful about taking it. If you see a blue violet arrow going down and it says like -100 or something, that's a delta surge to the downside. You got to be careful about taking that because you got to remember I'm streaming and it's delayed. Okay, it is delayed, folks. It is delayed. Like 3, 5 second delay. It is delayed, so you got to be careful about that. Don't be just clicking buttons because you see a little arrow going up and down. And plus, you really don't even know why it's doing it. I need to explain it. Because there's a lot more logic involved than just a delta surge. It has to tick up. Okay, it has to tick up 2 times consistently. It cannot tick up then tick down. That is invalid. There will be no delta surge. Even if it's 100 delta change that I'm doing within 1,000 milliseconds, which is basically 1 second. If it surges 100 delta in 1 seconds, but it ticks up and then it ticks down within that second, that's invalid. I need it to tick up 2 times, then I need it to be a delta surge, and also there's other things involved that I wrote the code for. This is, how I, actually passed the eval yesterday. Alright, I can basically show you some of the logic. That's 8, 9, 10, 11. That was 3, so maybe we do 15. I don't know, man. Oh, do we have, can I compile it? The Ninja script editor is not there. Ninja script editor. Also, make sure you have, I'm connected with Rhythmic using Bullnox. I'm with Bullnox and I'm using Rhythmic. Okay. And my execution box, okay, my execution box is with Rhythmic right here. My execution box is with Rhythmic. I'm not doing it through NinjaTrader. No, 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 no. I'm doing all my order executions right on Rhythmic paper trading, the paper trading in Chicago because that's Bullnox. Even though I'm trading a funded account, it's still there, you know. Uh, so the funded account, uh, I need a couple thousand to actually go for a payout. All right, focus. Market ain't doing nothing. This is what the market likes to do. Let me the market found value to the upside, then it kind of V-shaped to the downside, and now we could be in a balanced market where it goes up, down, okay, until it finds value either to the upside or to the downside, okay? That's just the way the market works. It's just the way it happens. Maybe I can tick marge this a little bit more and get some better reading on the profile. Let me tick marge this to 8. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit cleaner. It looks a little bit better. Okay. Basically, a tick merge is I'm each bar on the volume profile and the delta is 2 points. Okay, it doesn't need to be exact because the NQ travels like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull, so you really don't want to be looking at the little freaky NQ go up and down quite big. I've been trading this beast for 10 years. The NQ and I have a love-hate relationship. 60 to 70% of the time, it's a love relationship. The other 30 and 40 is a hate relationship. Actually, I don't hate it. I'm a big boy. I take my losses like a big boy. You got to, but they got to be small. Manufacturing PMI at 10 o'clock. Yeah, let's see if it moves anything. Uh, Manufacturing PMI, is that the final? 945 S&P manufacturing PMI final. ISM manufacturing PMI at 10. Yeah. We got 10:30. We got crude oil inventories in case any of y'all trade crude oil. Okay, we got a man. This is so close to news coming out. I really don't know if I want to do this, but we got to buy. We're kind of flatlining. I ain't trading anything. We're kind of flatlining on the 5 minute, but if you really want to take that trade, we got a delta surge. You can actually uh, take the trade up in this area and possibly get up in here. We got a delta surge of 100 and some. I can't remember. 113, it looks like. Uh, I'm still working on this delta surge thing, so don't be taking any stinking orders because it just gives you a little, little arrow. I'm on version 1.4. You do not have that version. Plus, we're close to news. Plus, that delta surge. If you look at that, there was a large buyer right there, and look at this area right here. Okay, look at this area right here. Okay, you got 96 seller right there. You got 96 seller right there standing in the way. Okay, you don't be doing stuff like that. You don't be taking trades when there's large sellers right there. You got to put the odds in your favor. Okay, it's probably why we got this big wick right here. You got to put the odds in your favor when you see something like that. When you see the large seller right here. Okay, the large seller right here. Okay, yes, we had a large buyer, but you got a wick up top and a wick down at the bottom. Moving average is sloping upwards. The 5 minute is kind of flatlining, but you got to look at that large seller right here, and it was 96 contracts. Okay, and we got a delta surge up in this area. No, not an ideal trade. That's why this delta surge thing is not just a buy sell trigger. Okay, you got to understand how to trade. This just gives you a good guidance of, hey, there was a lot of volume momentum coming into the candle, but you still have to understand where you're at. And I'm glad I didn't pull the trigger. I got all excited with that 130, and then I just remembered. I was like, no, you got that 96 right there. You know, you got that large seller right there. You probably don't want to do that. Then you have a big old huge wick. Plus, we kind of sold off pretty big. We ran up, then we sold off. Then we are in a balanced market. Right now, we are in a balanced market. Okay. It kind of poked its head up right here, and then it probably got smacked right back down, probably from the same institution market maker that's throwing around that 96. But I have no idea. Okay. Without the trade ID, I have no idea. Dia. Without the trade ID, I have no idea what's going on. And I'm not going to be able to get it because I'm not privileged enough. They don't think your boy is privileged enough. I would love to be able to figure out how to get it, though. That would be awesome. Getting iceberg orders would be 100% accurate if I could do that. I don't think I'm going to be spending the kind of money that they do to get that information. We got 4 minutes to news. Remember, if you trade crude oil, inventories at 10:30. We got ISM manufacturing. If you look here at financial juice right here, U.S. ISM manufacturing PMI U.S. crude oil inventories at 10:30. Okay, you got that. That's what that is. Okay, let me come back here. I got that's the wrong thinking. Oh, there we go. Did I change it? 15, 12, 15, that might be a little large. No, let's do that. Let's go ahead and compile it. Let's go ahead and compile it and see what happens. We got about a few minutes. You might want to sit on your hands. As you can see right here, the 5 minutes just kind of flatlining right here. You see, oh, it compiled. It gave me a dinger. It gave me a dinger. It compiled. It gave me a dinger. Um, I need to shut down the overflow policy and then reopen it to be able to get the text. See if the text is good enough. I am going to have this Delta Surge stuff done this weekend. I'll have it out to you this weekend. This Delta Surge stuff will be out this weekend. We got 2 minutes. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and do NQ June 26th. We'll do 1 minute. We'll just do solid candles. We'll just click apply. We'll come up here. We'll make sure we're on RTH yet. We'll just go ahead and click apply. All right. We'll go ahead and do that. Now we'll be able to see. I want to see if the text, how big the text is going to be now. I don't know why I put it at 8 and 11. I don't know what the heck I was thinking. All right, let's see if that Delta Surge comes in. Because it's a little tiny, as you can see on the 5 minutes, a little tiny. I need it to be a little bit bigger. But do not follow those Delta Surges because, well, they are valid trades, but you are 3 to 5 seconds uh, slow because of the buffer, the latency. You have 3 to 5 second latency. I'm still at ultra low latency and streaming at 1080p, but even then, you're still a few seconds behind. Unless I get enough people watching me on stream, enough people supporting this app, uh, I'll go ahead and do a live stream that actually is just like 100 milliseconds latency, but that costs money. All right, 10 o'clock, let's see. I don't know if it'll move it much. Sometimes it does, sometimes it don't. I mean, all right, we got 52.7. 52.7. We got PMI actual 52.7. The forecast was 52.3. The previous was 52.4. Okay, that's just the way it is. That's the way it is. Oh, let's put the moving average up there. I forgot about that. That's just the way it is. It is what it is. And could be a dudder. USISM manufacturing PMI actual 52.7 forecast. 52.7 forecast, 52.3 previous, 52.4. So that is a dudder. All right. Shut the coffee pot off and we'll see what we got. Well, we're right up here. We're right past this cellar right here, and we're right past that cellar right there. We're getting past it, and we're right at it basically. You got a large buyer in this area, a large buyer in that area. Um, we got the market kind of going a little nuts. We didn't have, even though you get a delta surge down here, you might say a delta surge. There's certain criteria that I'm looking. Iran would welcome Russia as a mediator. TASS cites Iranian envoy. Um, be careful, folks. Size down, size down. Okay, we got the news that's going all crazy on us. Just need the size down. Okay. Where am I? Oh, I'm right here. Okay, yeah, just please size down. I'm trading, a handful of micros, to be quite honest. I'm just trading a handful of micros because I'm on a funded account, and plus this news has gone whacked out of its stinking mind, and the market just can run in like, milliseconds. So oh, man, that is so tempting. We have an inside bar right there. That is so tempting right there. That is so tempting right there. We've got this high right here. We got this low. We've got an inside bar right there. And usually on a break of that, you can probably come up here and test this area for about 20 points. That was so tempting to take. And plus you got the back right here, the moving average is sloping upwards. The 5 minute moving average is sloping upwards. You got to look at the delta. You also have to look at the resting offers up here. Is there any resting offers up here? Uh, yeah, that was a little tempting to take. We got some bids sitting down there. That was a little tempting to take, but I really don't want to take it right when the news came out about Iran would welcome Russia as a mediator. So I just don't know how the market would react to that because that came out at 10:01. We're at 10:04. I really don't know how the market's going to react to this. We got some resting offers up in this area. You see right here up in this area. Okay. I mean, that's roughly 17 points away. You got to be careful. Okay. Now that the 5 minute is sloping upwards and the 1 minute is sloping upwards on the moving average, let's say if we can't get a pullback. Let's say if we can't get if we can't get a trap trade or something right here. If we pull back to this area right here, we got the point of control. Okay, remember, you got this large seller right up in this area that was a large seller, that 96 contracts. It doesn't show up on the 1 minute anymore because I had to open up a new window. We got that large seller right there. If we break that high, and they possibly could take some heat. They possibly could take some heat. Right now, it's at negative 95 delta, and the candle was positive. They could take a little bit of heat. We got some resting offers up there. Uh, the only reason I'm not clicking clicking it is because if you look right here, we got a wick right here. We ran up and then we kind of ran back down into this area. I'm just not in the deltas like negative 55, negative 95. So I just don't quite like that. Okay. Yeah, there's a little divergence here. And you got 37 contracts that could get trapped. But hey, how trapped are they? There are only 37 contracts and one execution. This is the only reason I don't like this is because look at these wicks right here. I like nice strong candles like this. Strong candle, strong candle, strong candle. I like stuff like that. So you can actually get a strong candle. When you get a good signal, you can actually get in here and put your stop right down there at the low right there where we kind of drifted down. We broke that high. And then you can kind of get yourself a nice little 20 pointer. Okay. You just got to understand the market tells you a story and it's your responsibility to read it. Let's see what the settings are for the heat map. Let's turn the heat map back on. Let's see what the settings are that I have. Resting orders is 10. Let's see what 20 will do. And see, it kind of clears it up a little bit. I kind of like that. It kind of clears it up a little bit. I just don't like it all in your face. If you know what I mean, in your face. We got 106 negative delta on this candle. Getting ready to take it out. We're just kind of, I need some decision. Let me downsize a little bit. I need a decision of what's going to happen. We had a point of control that just moved up. Point of control just moved up. You see that point of control was down here, then it just moved up here. So that is definitely bullish. not getting the Delta surge, so I can't really test my. Here, let me close out my. Whoops. We're not really doing very much. What I'm thinking about is that seller going to get trapped? I have a green candle, negative 56. Previous candle's negative 116. We got 44 contracts that come in one execution. I really don't like this. It could run. I just don't like it though. Got 242 delta. You see that delta climbing, and we really ain't going anywhere. See that delta was climbing, but we really ain't going anywhere. Okay, that delta. Look at that. The delta is 200, and we're just sitting here. So what does that tell you? It tells you to stay away from the stinking trade, is what it tells you. Don't be clicking any buttons. You know, I had to sit here. Well, actually, for an hour before I took my first trade. Actually, I took a couple trades so far. We got positive 200 delta. That right there, if we can get past that, I don't know why it was sitting there not doing much. I just don't like it. I just don't like it. You know, yes, it closed up here, but the problem was we had 237 delta, positive delta, and we just sat here and did this. We just sat there and grinded. Okay. If we had 237 delta and we closed up here at the top, that might be a little different story. You know, some people come into the stream and ask, "Are we going long, going short, long, short? Where's trade? Where's trade? Gotta look for a trade. Come on, man, let's trade." Uh, you might have to go somewhere else because I just sit here and wait. That's what I did yesterday. Took 3 trades in a few hours, you know, but they were 3 good trades, and I passed an eval. We got a negative 116 delta. It's a little bit bigger. It's a little bit bigger. I like that. I like that. I think I made a good decision, and I kinda like that. There's a problem, though, you know? There's a problem. We got a delta surge of 116, and look at that delta right there, okay? But this is the problem. Look at the 5-minute. We are in a down candle, which is fine, okay? That's fine. We're in a down candle. But you got the moving average, the 5-minute moving average that is sloping upwards, okay? That is bullish. What are we going to do? Come back down? Bounce off of it like we did here? Okay, we don't know. This is, um, you don't be taking trades like this, okay? I'm not looking for the whole move, okay? If you follow me, I'm not looking to get a move from here to here, okay? I'm not looking to get like a 100-point move. Well, will it happen with a runner? Yeah, okay. But I'm looking to get a move like from here to here and get yourself maybe 50 points, maybe half the move if I'm lucky, okay? I like to do base hits, okay? I like to do base hits. And taking a negative 116 delta surge, which is good because it means it surged at least 50 delta within a second, and it ticked down. I forgot what other, I got some other things, logic in there. Okay. I got some other logic in there. Um, you just don't take it because you're above the moving average on the 1 minute, and on the 5-minute, you're above it on the 5-minute. You got to sit and wait for good setups. And we got Delta surge to the upside now. Okay. Uh, crap. Okay. I need to where's friggin' Zed again? Where are you at, Zed? Where are you at, Zed? Let me go back into the code, you stinking booger. Little stinker. I did it for the sell, but not for the buy. That's a whoopsie. It's kinda hard to trade and kinda write fix your code and trade at the same time. It's a little difficult. And let's see, streaming, writing code, and trading at the same time. 3 things. I can barely chew gum and walk at the same time. And you want me to do 3 things? Well, you don't. I'm trying to do 3 things at once. Where are we at? Okay, geometry, don't care about I thought that font size was for everything. Oh, that's just for the cell arrow. Blah. Boy, I was wrong. 8 and 11. What did I do for the cell? I did 12, 15. Let's do 12, 15 for this one. 12, 15. Is it a double? Yes, it's a double. Not an integer. 12, 15 double. Let's see. We do 12. Do, 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 do 15. And then what we do is we bring up, because for some reason it won't compile unless I got the Ninja script editor up and running. We've got some buys and sells going on. We got some all kinds of crap going on, folks. So you got to be careful. We got all kinds of crap going on. Okay. Okay. You got some sellers right here. That is these sellers right here. You got some buyers up in this area. Okay. That was these buyers and also the previous ones back here. Okay. Uh, I only made a couple trades so far. I'm green for today. I made a couple trades. I don't know. We got a 165 delta. Are we going to get those sellers off sides? Are we going to get those sellers off sides? We have no idea. Let's see if those sellers get off sides. If we got 100 and some delta surge. If we can get those sellers off sides, we're right up at the highs though, man. We're right up at the highs. This delta needs to keep going. I might have to change this to 75 to be quite honest. Got some resting offers up there. Got the 5 minute the screen that's sloping upwards. That's good. We got 165 delta, 182 delta on the previous candle. Previous candle had a delta surge. That's good. If we can break the top of that, if we can break the top of the previous 1 minute, we could have a nice blow. We got 40 contracts that come in. We need that delta surging on the current candle. We need to get this delta surging on the current candle, folks. Looks like we got some absorption. Looks like we got some absorption. We got some absorption. Cancel all and flatten. Okay, does that do that? Okay. Go ahead, Delta Surge. I tried to get in right here. I think I took a small loss. I can't. Yeah, I took a small. I took a small loss. That's fine. I'm still green for today. Gave back a little bit, not much. We had a Delta Surge right here of 111, right up in that area. I tried to get in. I tried to get in. Okay, I tried to get in. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. What are we doing? Okay, I tried to get in up in this area right here. I tried to get in up in this area. Come on. What you doing? All right. We're in the buyer's area. The sellers at around 140 are taking a little bit of heat. Okay. Those sellers down below are taking a little bit of heat. And I was looking for a blow off top because uh, this candle right here this candle right here, I kind of got in right here. I just kind of got out right here and took a small loss. What I was looking for is the break of this high right here to be able to add to the position and try to get a nice little run up here for about 50 points. Okay. So I put on a little bit of risk. It didn't work out. We were getting absorbed. You see that 40 buyer and it got absorbed right here because we closed below. Once we came back up in this area, I just closed it out for a small loss. Okay. So I think I made like 3 or 4 trades. I'm still green for the day. I gave back a little bit of profits, but hey, that's not too bad. I'm still trying to see if we're gonna have a blow off top here. We got some resting offers up there. Nope. Do not do this. Do not do this. We just had a delta surge to the downside. We are sloping upwards on the 1 minute and the 5 minute. But we have, if you take a look at this, we had a delta surge of 116. We got a delta surge of 100. This is to the downside, folks. You got that positive delta that I was looking for a break of this, and then all of a sudden they surged it down. So this is a no go. I ain't clicking the buttons to go long on this blow off top. That's what I was looking for. So many people will be like, "Oh, the market went too high, so I'm just going to go ahead and short it." Okay, you know that's not how I trade. That's not how I trade. Yeah, I'm gonna sit on my hands and just wait for a stinking good trade. What we got? 12 and 15. I need to come up here and change this to 75. All right. Are you gonna try and get me again? Are you gonna try and get me again? I don't like this. We need to see some large buyers up in here. We got some offers sitting up there. I just don't like that. Man. So we have 43 contracts sell come in one execution order. We've got we've got a delta surge happening right now. We got 65 contracts that slammed into the market. Okay. We need to keep going, folks. We need to keep going. We got 400 delta right there. We need to keep going. Okay. Why the heck did it do that? Um, oh, shoot. Okay. Well, I took the trade and I'm still up. I'm still green on it. When I saw this right here, I'm still green on it. Only made about 5 or 6 points. I can't remember. But I'm back to where I was. I keep making mistakes on this new window that I'm trading on with Rhythmic. This is the first time I've traded on it, and I keep making mistakes. Do 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 do. Oh, you got two of them. Yeah. Hey, give me that one. Let me just put it in my office here. Because the little 5-year-old, I got a 5-year-old kid, and oh my word. Okay, let me pay attention here. Okay, let me pay attention. Um, so we had a Delta surge. Uh, it looks like 240 on this one, and I saw we had up here, right here, we had a stacked buy imbalance. So I was thinking, okay, we can get in and come up here. And then once I saw that 65 kick in, I thought for sure we were going to come up here and and test the and test this 4 half area right here. That 2 half, I don't know what the heck it was. Right there, 2 half. I thought we were going to test that 2 half because of this right here. I thought we were going to, once I saw the 65, I thought we were gonna blow this up to here, but once we started moving back down below it and I was looking at the delta down here, and it really wasn't moving, I was like, "Man, I gotta get out. I gotta get out. Okay, I gotta get out." I don't even know what I did for the executions. Oh, that's why you were doing that. You little stupid. It was only 5 points, but I just had to get out. Yeah, I'm trying to pay attention. Um, yeah, that looks good. When the office door is open, you know what they say, open door policy. Oh well. All right, let me pay attention. The problem is we got a lot of buyers and sellers up in this area. This is the problem that we're dealing with, folks, and we're just doing a slow grind up. I'm not doing you again, man. We got a buy and bounce. We got a triple buy and bounce area right here. We got a triple buy and bounce area right here. Let me switch to a footprint chart, man, because this is really getting me. I need to really. Okay, we got a buy and balance area right there. Uh, we had that delta surge right up in this area. Right. It looks like we had it right up in here, and that's where I got some money, and then I just had to close it out. Okay, I just had to close it out. Um, Right now, I'm looking at a footprint chart. I don't know if you guys can really see the numbers. What you need to do is just download the app. There's a free download the add-on. There's a free license key you can use at least for the next couple weeks. There's a free license key, and then after that, it's $95 for a whole year. It's like $8 a month. It's like $95 for a whole year. I mean $95. I mean, 95 divided by 12. Yeah, that's like $7.90. Like $8 for a whole month. $8 a month. My word, I must be crazy. But that's only for the first 100 people. To be quite honest, that's only for the first 100 people. Okay, we had Delta Surge 240 right there. What does that look like on the boom boom? I don't know. Let's just go back here. Um, that actually looks good. I need to really look at what I did for the file, what I did for the Delta down here, and do that as the exact same text size. Come on, man. Right. Compile. All right. Use compiling. Okay. Use or compiling. Um, I got the dinger. It means it's all good. I'm not going to close this out and redo this again. Um, this Delta surge stuff is going to be out. It's going to be out next week. I'll say Sunday night. You can go ahead and check the version 1.4 and see if it's out. Uh, that's going to be a good thing. Oh man, let me change the Delta surge. Let me look it up here. Process emit simultaneously for a bar. Okay. So basically, what I'm doing here, wait a minute, let me change this. I have it to 50. I just changed it kind of low just because I wanted to see if it's actually working. And it seems like the logic for the Delta surge is working for each direction, up and down. So now I'm bumping up the Delta surge threshold to 75. Okay. Because this is basically what I have. Okay, minimum absolutely rolling delta value required in the measurement window. Okay, I got to write myself notes because I come back here a month or two, and then I don't even know what the heck I wrote. Minimum number of consecutive imbalanced price levels on the same bar, 3. Okay, and the minimum consecutive tick ups, up is 2, and all of this logic, these 3 conditions have to be met within 1 second, which is 1,000 milliseconds. Okay, so I did that, and basically what it's saying is the delta surge has to be 75. Okay, so possibly within 3 ticks. Okay, so basically 1 point because this is tick merged. Okay, each row right here is tick merged because in the settings I have a tick merge of 4. Okay, because I want a 1 minute. If I don't, this thing will be extremely high. Are we getting another breakout, man? Are you gonna faker me again? You gonna fake me again? I ain't doing. You do your breakout, and I'll wait for a pullback. How about that? How about that, NQ? You do your thing. You do your thing. Okay. You do your thing. You do your little breakout, and then I'll wait for your pullback, and then will wait for a confirmation candle, and then get in here. Okay. You do your thing. Because I know we've been friends for quite a long time, and I know how you work. So you do your thing, and I'm right up here at the top. See, we got a seller that could get trapped. Of course, that's all these other ones down here. I mean, look at all these sellers. I mean, if you look at it, these sellers are taking some heat. That was that. And then you had a huge buy contract. See how the point of control for the large buying kind of flipped over here to the buy side, that is a large buyer. And look at a big positive delta right there. Right here, we're up in this area right here. We got some big negative delta right here just kicking in. And we had a big sell of 51 contracts and one execution kicked off. We have a big negative delta. What I'm waiting for is I'm waiting for a break and then a pullback and then a bar, a little confirmation bar, and then I get on the break of the high of that, and then I try to get me a run for about 50 points. That's what I'm waiting for. So I might have to sit here and wait for an hour. I have no idea. All I know is I've already taken a few trades and I'm already green for the day, so I don't care. I will have this Delta Surge stuff out to you guys. I just need to test it first. Okay? I will have it out to you. I'm giving all my secrets away of how I used to trade footprint charts. Okay? At a very cheap price of $8 a month for the first 100 people. because in order for me to keep going, there's other signals I want to do as well. There's other stuff I want to do as well. And right here on the settings, whoops, I did clicked it twice. On the settings, I think I might have another section down here. Right here is your license key. That's the free license key you can get on the site. You got your colors. That I need to work on the color section too. Uh, but right now we're on the 1 minute. What I would like to do is I'd like to put in a trade ideas or something. Trade ideas. You can't name it that. There's some already scanner name that. I don't know. Signals. Do something right up here where you click on it and then you can configure set all the settings for this stuff right here. For like the delta surge threshold of 75, that's going to be different for like ES gold. That's going to be different. Minimum stack levels, that's going to be different for the ES. Minimum price ticks, you can have it tick up 3 times if you really want to be real uh, conservative about it. It has to tick up 3 times. And when I'm talking about ticking up 2 times, I'm talking about it uh, getting the price executed. It ticks up. Okay. It ticks up. Then it ticks up again. That right there is 2 ticks. It has to tick up. If it ticks up and then the next tick ticks down, that's an invalid delta surge. Even if the delta is surging within 1 second and above 75, that's still a no go. That's just how I trade. And I've been scalping that for quite a while, and I've been making money. Oh, we got these sellers, these buyers right here that are underwater a little bit. But the problem is we're right here at the point of control. Okay. Problem is you're right here at the point of control. Okay. If we lose this point of control, the next stop could be down in this area. Okay. It looks like we're getting ready to lose that. The next stop could be down in that area. You got to look. Do, 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 you got to look at the 5 minute. Look at the 5 minute. It's the 5 minute going down. Yeah. So it's kind of below the moving average and needs to close below the moving average. Right now, all of these large buyers right here are looking at this as well, and they're going to defend their area. Okay. They're going to defend their position. I'm thinking if we can get past this area right here, we might be able to go down. That's what I'm thinking. We kind of spiked down a little bit, but you guys see them resting bids right there, just sitting there. You got to be aware of stuff like that. That's why everything has to align in order for you to click the trigger. And sometimes it takes an hour or two for everything to align. Uh, we got some 44.51. Got a little bit of absorption right there. Not much. You really can't see it. I can. Had a little bit of absorption of 44.51 right up in that area. I mean, you're pointing down, so you're counter trend trading if you're trying to trade that, which is extremely difficult. You see, you got to wait for the 5 minute to close. Everything has to align. If we look at the previous 5 minutes, 9:30, that was right here. You know, we've got some participation going on today, which is quite nice. I kind of like that. We got some good participation happening. We got some good participation happening. We need to get through this area right here, these bids. Got to get through that area. But you also got to be aware of something. You see that large buyer right there? Okay, this is why they're going to defend this area. See that large buyer that was on this side? You got to be aware of stuff like this, folks. You got to be aware. We got a buy imbalance with the delta surge of 72. Okay. If we, the buy imbalance is a little bit below 50% of the high and low, which I kind of don't like. But we're right at the point of control. Nice delta surge. It was only 72, though. So that would not hold up. And whoops. So that delta surge, I'm thinking, happened right here in this area. Okay. And if you take that, that's like a 15-point trade. Okay, I'm out. I am out. I am not. There's something going on. Don't know, but I am good to go, and I'm done for today, folks. That ain't happening. Okay, I need to explain what I did because I got quiet. Whenever I get quiet, I actually trade. Okay. Uh, this ain't a signal service, but I will teach you how to fish, and you can catch your own fish. To be quite honest. Um, but I'm out. Let me close this down for today. I'm done. It's 10:40, maybe not 10:40. We still got some time. We got some time. Usually when I'm green like this, I'm usually done at 11:30. Be careful, folks. Be careful when it goes up, it comes back down, and you got to be careful because right now we had delta surge up in this area. We just ran 60 points. And now we're getting ready to come right back down. But there's a reason why I took this trade. Okay, there's a reason why I took this trade, and there's a reason why I got the heck out. Um, okay. For one, we had a buy and bounce right here. Okay. I would like to have it right here in this area, but this is what I like to see. We had a nice green candle. We had a delta of 144 down there. Okay. We had a delta surge on that candle. Here, let me, okay. First off, 5 minute moving average is sloping upwards on the 5 minute. This moving average, if you're new here, this moving average is I'm taking Heikin-Ashi data and I am smoothing it out with a 9 exponential moving average. I got that idea from reading the papers from institutions and their little high frequency trading bots. And I was like, well, if it's good enough for them, maybe they take that data and they're smoothing it out with the 9 EMA. That's pretty good. A lot of scalpers, day traders use the 9 EMA. Okay, so for one thing, we had 104 delta. That was pretty good. It's bigger than these right here in this area. We had a green candle that closed with the negative delta right there. This little divergence. We had a delta surge right here of plus 72. We had a buy imbalance, but the buy imbalance wasn't half of between the high and the low. But we closed above the moving average that was sloping down. Okay, I don't know. Is there any news that came out? Top Gulf aluminum producer EGA halted smelter after Iran strike. Holy smoke. It was 10:41. Folks, you got to be careful. There's a reason why we had this move and I just slammed it shut because I knew there was something going on. Um, but we were able to see the surge because it has to be reported to the SEC. So it has to be reported. So we see this. So it closed above right here with the delta surge and the stacked buy and bounce right here. Okay. Then we had another delta surge of 205. That is awesome. We had some buyers step in. So once we broke the high of this candle right here, I went on ahead and clicked the button and just got out, okay? And I just got out. I wasn't even reading the candles right here because a spike like this means Iran news, something. So when I see it go spike like that, I just slam it shut because I know what happens with news. It comes right back down like this. The way this market is going and the way this news cycle is going, you got to trade like a monkey. You see banana, you take banana and just call it a day. Okay. Um, any other time with a move like this, when you come up to this area right here, okay, you come up to this area right here, and you see right here, you see this right here, where you have no sellers up in here, but the buyers are kind of dwindling down. They're not slamming in 100, 114, 75, 40. They're starting to get weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker with the bids. Okay, with the bids, they're getting weaker and weaker. So the volume's drying up. So you have to get out. Okay, you have to get out. Okay, I don't know what I got on that trade. 24 or 189. I got in, I got filled at 189 three quarters. So 189 three quarters was right up in here. Okay. I think that's where we saw the Delta surge or something. I'm not sure. I saw a Delta surge. I saw the buyer. So I got in at 189 and three quarters. Let's just say 190. Okay. Let's just say 190. And I got out at 239. 239. What was it? 239 and a half. I hit the flat button at 239 and a half, which is basically right up here at the top. Okay. So that was basically a 50-point move. Okay. That was just uh, roughly about a 50-point move. Because I got in at 24, 189, three quarters, and I got out at 24, 239 half. So it's basically a 50-point move. There is absolutely no way with a 3-second delay in a stream that I can tell you to buy here when it buy here, and then sell up here because it happens so quickly. Plus, the SEC would have my ass in a sling if I started uh, calling out signals like this. And I hate to say it, I'm not pissing off the SEC. Um, but I will teach how to fish. Okay. I will teach you how to fish because, for one thing, this right here, this negative delta on these candles right here, you had a green candle and you had the delta of 14. It was starting to shift. So once we started breaking this area, you had a buy and bounce. Then you had a delta surge of 72. Okay. Once you break that high right there, because once we drifted down, I was waiting. Are we going to close? Are we going to close? Are we going to close above the moving average? Okay. And I was really waiting for a nice pullback to here to the stacked and balanced buy area, but we didn't get it. Once we got that break, I got in, got filled at 189 three quarters, and I took off. Does that make sense to everybody? Because the delta surged up. We got a buy and balance. I'm looking at the previous delta right here. We got a divergence. It closed above. It's like a little spinning top. No, it kind of more like a hammer. I don't know. But we had nice big wicks down at the bottom and we pushed up 3 times. That's good. That right there is telling you in this area right here, that could be a go. You had a buy and balance. We had a close above it, a delta surge of 205 up in this area, buyers stepping in. You had the support of these buyers right here. you'll look over to where all the buyers are throughout the whole New York session, and you got all that stinking support right there. We're above the point of control, and we're moving up. I mean, if you don't buy on the break of that candle, I don't know what you're waiting for, but you got to do that. And when you see a huge pop like this and you see that volume drawing up, you got to flatten the trade. You got to flatten the trade. This is a reason why I look at footprint charts. Okay. This is the reason why I look at footprint charts. Earlier, I was looking at the solid candles right here. Okay. And you're not going to see the volume, stinking volume way up here. Okay. People are still shooting for the stars, trying to get 100, 200 point trade. Okay. This is why I look at the footy prints. Okay. There's a reason why I do it, and then that is the reason. Okay. Uh, there's a reason why I do it, and that's why I use the footprint charts. I'll be right back. I'm going to tell you what's coming for the Delta surge stuff. I'm going to tell you what's coming. Uh, all righty. Yeah, that was a nice 50-point move. Here, let me shut this down. Let me make sure I got no open positions. Cancel, flatten all. I got nothing going on. Let me close out this execution button here. Close out the window. I am done trading for the day. When you get 50 points, you got to be done for the day. Uh, this would have been a nice day. 'Cause I normally trade about 2 or 3 minis. You got to be careful. We got some resting offers up in this area. Okay, you got to be careful. You got some resting offers up here. Okay, we're at the high right here. Uh, you see right there. You see right there. You've got you got 37, 63, 23, 40, 36. Okay, you got some buyers there, but they just got absorbed. Okay, they just got absorbed up in that area. Okay, because they could not break through. They had 37, 61, 23, 40, 36. You know, you had a lot of buying up in there, but they weren't going nowhere. So they got absorbed up in this area because you got like 134 offers sitting up there. You got 134 offers sitting up there. You got 134 offers sitting up there. You know, you got to be careful. They got absorbed. Okay. I had a nice big 50-point winner right here earlier. This trade right here. This was really good. We had the Delta surge kick off right here. We had another one. I got in on the break that high and we ran it up. And then once I saw the volume dry up here, up at the top, I mean, you got 15, 11, 22, 16, 17, 22. Once you start seeing stuff like that, when, when on the run up, we had 112 bids, 114. You know, once you start seeing stuff like that, 74.69, but once you start to see it really start drying up and the volume is low on the bids and they're not pushing it up, you got to cut the trade, especially if it's a blow off like that on news. You just got to cut it. We have 58 contracts come in. Looks like they're not getting absorbed on this candle right here. They're still running this thing. I wouldn't short this market with Trump's money today. I guarantee you there are accounts being blown because people are trying to short this crazy market. They're trying to short it, folks. They're trying to short it. You know, if you look at TradingView, the ATR is at 23. But if you look at TradingView, I mean, look at this. The market ran up. If they got short here, then they got lucky and they came right back down on the V shape. Came right back down to the session VWAP. You know, even a blind squirrel can find a nut every now and then they come up here and they try to get it, and then it comes up here. It just keeps running up. Okay, I wouldn't short this market. I mean, why would you try to go short when we're above the session VWAP? The VWAP is sloping upwards. Okay, I mean, this is not in a market you want to look at. Let's look at the daily. What I kind of did. Uh, this is a TPO chart. Okay, this is what I looked at earlier. Okay, this was resistance area, and right here we have actually broken through that. Okay, the point of control is above it. So the next resistance area, in my opinion, is right up here. Okay, this day right here on the 24th, you had a point of control right there, and then a point of control in the volume was right here, kind of like where the high is. Okay, we have to break through that area before we can even get up here to 4.25. Okay, that's about another 200 points. We have to get up in this area right here, and then also you got to think about all of this. This right here, you have to get past. Okay, all that right there. Okay, and the volume right there on the point of control, and the volume there on the point of control. I'm going to build one of these out for Ninja Trader. Once I can get enough support for this add-on, I'm going to build this out for Ninja Trader. Okay. We had this area right here. That was pretty good, that point of control with that volume point of control, and we kind of broke through it and we are holding it. So, yes, we are definitely bullish. So, if we keep running, we can run up here to 400, which is uh, roughly about another 150 points, which could be done pretty easily. But that's what I'm looking at. Okay. That's what I'm looking at. Okay, let me go back to the code because I'm pretty much not going to be clicking buttons. You know, if you make 50 points for the day, you just close it out. So many people be like, "Oh, I made 50 points. I'm gonna go for 100," and then all of a sudden they get back 25 points, and then they're like, "Oh, wait a minute, I need to get back to my 50 points. I don't want 100 no more. I want my 50 back." So then they try to trade, and then they're down to zero, and then they're like, "Well, I gotta have a green day," and then they're down negative. Because of self-discipline. You gotta have self-discipline, folks. If you don't have it, you're not gonna make it. It's just the way it is. You gotta have self-discipline. Did I already compile this? I think I did. Did I already compile it? If not, let me compile it real quick. I'll just compile it anyways real quick and we'll see what happens. Do, 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 do. There's another thing that you do, yep, it's compiled. Okay, let me close this out. I'm going to switch over to a 30-second chart. Uh, this is a 1 minute. Uh, this is another trade that you can kind of take. These are really good trades. Okay. Uh, this right here, you had a run up and then you had an inside bar right here. Okay. We didn't break the high, we didn't break the low. It's kind of like a spinning top. We kind of dipped down and then we aggressively came right back up into this area. Now the delta is a little bit high, 134 for that candle, but not too much. But if you get a nice little pullback like this, a little micro pullback, and I don't like it going past about 50% of the move. I don't use Fibonacci, really don't care. I can just kind of gauge it and be like, okay, we're roughly in that area. If we came down here on the spike, it'll be a no go. But you break that area right there, and then you can actually kind of scalp yourself off about 10, 15 points. Okay, another thing. Let me close this out. Another thing right here. We had a little pullback here. But the problem is with that pullback, you had 135, 152 delta. That's kind of high. But this candle right here, you had 400 some positive delta. Okay. All right. But then you had like a bullish engulfing candle on this one, and you had a delta of 256. So, and you look inside here, you got some nice solid volume up in here. Okay. You can get on the break of this and put your stop down here, but we're right at the highs up here, okay? I really don't like taking stuff like that. Uh, and plus, you got to look at the 5 minute right here. The 5 minute is still sloping upwards. That means you do not take any shorts, okay? The 5 minute right here, the 5 minute is sloping upwards, okay? It's sloping upwards. That's why I took this trade right here. That was a news trade, before I even knew the news had hit because I was looking at the footprint and the delta surge came in and it triggered the delta surge, and then I was like, "Oops, something's up, something's moving." There's a reason why there's, orders being slammed into the market. And sure enough, that was because of news. Uh This moving average is sloping upwards. You do not take shorts when this thing is sloping upwards like this. Don't take any shorts, man. You're just asking for trouble. You might get lucky and I mean, even a blind squirrel can find a nut, you might get lucky, but come on. You're not a trader. Think of yourself as a probability executor. What are my probabilities of getting a green trade? You are a probability executor. Now, we have deviated quite far from the moving average, like 70 points. Okay, so we could get a pullback. So, if you want to counter trend trade like that, you really got to know what you're doing. I usually don't do that. Counter trend trading, I usually lose money. What I like to do is look for the market moving. Okay, we had a we had a run down here. We closed above the moving average. We had a delta surge. We had stacked buy and bounce right there. We had another delta surge. We broke the high. Boom, we ran up and we did all that on news. Okay. I didn't know what was going on. I kind of knew something was going on when it kind of slammed down like this. And then the delta was 37.61.14. And we had a divergence on the delta on this candle when we closed positive and we started breaking them. And plus the wicks down at the bottom, we were closing up here. So that's good. That's a good sign. And I'm just waiting for the triggers, the delta surge, the buy and bounce. I was waiting for a pullback back to here to the buy and bounce. Didn't happen. We broke the top with more buyers stepping in. Well, I had to go. All right, let me open up another. Come up here. No, I don't want that. I want my menu OFB, and I want another pulse. I want to look at NQ June 26. I'm going to look at a 30-second chart. Okay, I'm going to look at a 30-second chart. You can hyper scalp on a 30-second chart. There's one thing you need to understand when you start doing stuff like this. Also, another thing, sometimes you have to, after you load up a chart like this, sometimes you have to go into settings and just click apply for it to like kind of do, it's just little quirky stuff I need to fix. But it ain't showstoppers. I mean, my word, if I can use this thing and actually make an average of 500, $1,000 a day, I think you can. I mean, if a crazy redneck from Virginia can make money, I'm pretty daggone sure you can. I click moving average. What I'm going to be doing is down here in the footer. I'm going to create another footer. What time is it? I'm going to create another footer down here where you're going to have the moving average to MA. Actually, it's going to be OFE-MA for order flow bars moving average. This one. And then I'm going to have a VWAP. And then I'm going to have like the HM for the heat map. If you got level 2, it's not needed, but it's nice, but it's not needed. If you're new, don't get it. It's like drinking from a fire hose. Too much information. Okay. Uh, Up here, we got some resting offers up here. Okay. We got some resting offers up here. Where am I? That's overnight. I was wondering why. Okay. RTH is real trading hours and click apply. The DOM should update. There we go. Uh, you got to be careful, stuff like that. Uh, I had a lot of buying activity. This column right here is sellers. This column right here is the buyers. We had a lot of buying activity right up in here. Okay, actually a lot right up in this area. This right here, this yellow thing, this little yellow thing right there, that right there is tells you where the largest buyer was, and it's over on the buy column. If that yellow bar was shifted over here and the skinny yellow line was over here, then that would be the largest seller in that area. Okay, it's kind of like a point of control where the largest buyer or sellers are. And I kind of like to know that because it kind of come down here into this area right here, which I kind of need to merge the profile. Volume profile tick merge. Maybe I need to merge that to 2 points. I'll click save and apply. Now it looks a little bit better. So each bar is 2 points on the NQ, and I do that because the NQ trades like a squirrely little freak. Um, that's why I do it, because the NQ's a squirrely little freak. Uh, but yeah, in the heat map, you just click it off. Most of the time, I keep it off because it's just noise, just a bunch of noise. To be quite honest, just a bunch of noise. I like a 30-second. Okay, I like a 30-second. I actually like range bars too. Yesterday, I passed the eval using 40 range bar. I passed the eval using the range bars yesterday. The range bar yesterday I traded range bars. I trade a 44 and then I tick merge it to to 4. Okay. Okay, we had a delta surge. That little green thing right there was a delta surge of 125 delta. But you do not want to take it. Why? Well, for one, we're way up here at the top. I'm looking for a pullback. Okay, we're way up at the top. Also, another thing you got to be aware of is look at all them resting offers up there and look where we went up to, and then now look where we're at. You know, just because you got this right here, 125 delta, uh, you got to wait. Sometimes it really depends on the situation I'm in. Like yesterday, I was getting a delta surge, and I passed the evals on three trades. I passed the eval and it got approved. So now I got 5 funded accounts. It got approved. Um, Be aware of where you're at right here, okay? Let's click that heat map back on. Be aware of where you're at right up in here, okay? And you're right up here at the top, but you got a lot of positive delta right there, so we're actually looking good. It's just you gotta get through that right there. You gotta get through this. You got to get through the 288, okay? I gotta get used to the hotkeys. Later on, I'm gonna put a bar on the left here for the crosshair, for the drawing tool, for stuff like support and resistant zones that I want to do. There's things like that I want to do. This is a volume. You can switch the candle over to a volume. Look at a volume real quick. If you want to look at the delta, you can look at the delta. You can do the same thing for the 5 minute. Let's say you want to look at the 5 minutes. Instead of a solid candle, you want to look at the delta. Great. Let's look at the delta on that. Okay. Just be aware that when you do stuff like that and you have a heat map going, it takes up a lot of resources for NinjaTrader. Okay. So it can uh, clog it up a little bit. Kind of like a drain. The water don't flow as well when it's clogged up. Um, just be aware of that situation. Or flow bar footprint, same situation. I gotta paint all that information. I gotta paint all that information on here. So you gotta be aware of stuff like that. That's why if you go back, it only goes back to 10:10, only about an hour. Okay, that's because there's no reason, I think, when you're scalping, there's no reason to look back an hour of what the 30-second did on a footprint chart. I can look at the stinking 5 minute and look what I'm doing throughout the whole day. Okay. That's why I have that there. That's why I have the large orders. Most of the large orders were done in this area right here. Okay. That's where most of the large buy orders were. Okay. Now, later on, what I plan on doing is having maybe up top here or down below something. I'm gonna have something where it aggregates all the large buy orders in one order, all the large buy orders, and it prints the total, and then all the large sell orders, and it prints the total, and then it gives like a delta. Okay, I do plan on doing that. I just need to know where I want to put it. Actually, I got an idea. Since I'm gonna have a footer down here where the moving average and heat map and the VWAP stuff is, which got to code the VWAP, which is no big deal. That's actually pretty easy to do. I actually got the code already written for that, but it's just for the overnight session. I need to do New York session. I want to have two VWAPs: overnight session, and you can use the overnight session during the New York session, or you just do the New York session, so you know which VWAPs are VWAPs. Which VWAPs are VWAPs. You got a buy and balance, but the buy and balance is way up here. It's not down here. Okay, and plus, why would you stinking try to short when the 5 minute is sloping upwards like this? Because you think it is too high. It's ran. The market has ran too high, so I'm going to short it. That's not a trading plan. That's a hope plan. We don't trade on hope. We trade on data, and it could go down. Get yourself 25 points. It's just not my cup of tea. I will sit here like yesterday. Sat for 2 hours, made two trades. 2 hours, two trades. Actually, three trades. Uh, but that first trade, oh man, I screwed up. I screwed up. I brought up the basic entry window, and then I switched over to the NQ minis and everything, and then the market opened, and I was like, okay, blah 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 blah, and then I took a trade, and I was like, okay, a couple $100. That's a good start. And then I looked down below at the main window, and I'm like, come it says Sim 101 with a profit? That's because I executed on the Sim 101. I'm like, yeah, be kidding me. So then I took the basic entry and then I flipped it over to the eval that I was trying to pass, and then I took 2 trades and passed it. I was like, "You gotta be kidding me." See, little screw ups like that get you. You gotta be careful. You gotta be aware. Right up in this area, you got some offers sitting up there. You got about 400 and 200 right up in there. Okay, you got 41, you got 246, 70 right up in this area. You gotta be aware of that if you're trying to go long. Be quite honest, I wouldn't go long or short. I wouldn't go long or short. You know, we're kind of in this little area right here. We're in a balanced market area. We're kind of like going down, up, down, up, down. You're in a balanced market and you're right there in the stinking middle of the balance. So you don't trade. You have to sit here. You have to wait. You have to be patient. So many new traders come in here, and what am I doing? There we go. So many new traders come in here, and they're like, "Are we going long? We're going short. We're going long. What we doing? What we doing? I gotta take a trade. Gotta take a trade." They're like a hyped up puppy talking to the senior dog, saying, "Come on, let's play. Let's play. Let's play. Let's play. Da 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 da. We gotta go. We gotta go." And then the senior dog says, "Look, man, calm down. Let me sit on the porch. Calm down. I'm waiting for the owner to come out with the ball, and then we can play." How you like that? You like that analysis? How you like that? And here's the thing. Let's say you sit here for about 2 hours and you don't take a trade. Then 205 minutes, 2 hours and 5 minutes. All of a sudden, bam, something sets up. Boom, make yourself 25 points on 1 minute. That's right there's like $500. Close it out. You're done for the day. You know, that's you just sit here and wait. You gotta wait. You can't be always clicking buttons. I mean, some of these gurus out here that are prop farming degenerates, yeah, they click buttons all day long. They blow accounts and they pass accounts, and they only show you the past accounts. And then at the end of the day, they show you, look at this 3-to-1 trade I made, and I got the whole move. Yeah, no, I don't think so. And then they'll tell you, hey, buy my course, and you too could be driving a Lamborghini, or you could be like me, not make money, but only sell a course and drive a rented Lamborghini, and my house is Airbnb. But that's what you see. But you don't know it's rented, and you don't know it's Airbnb. Oh, why am I in a different house? Well, because I'm on vacation now. It's the gurus. You got to love the gurus on YouTube. I definitely am not a guru. I'm just some old fart that's been trading for 10 years. That's all I am. How many trades did I take today? Took quite a bit. I'd have to look up my stats to see where they're at. I'd like to know what my batting average is today. Could be. I don't know. I'll look that up later on the performance. Right here, if you click new, I don't know if you can see that, but the trade performance, yeah, you can. The trade performance right there, you click that and gives you your stats. Like I said, we could pull back here. I got the 5 minute over here I don't have that much real estate to trade, to be quite honest. And there's really only 2 charts that actually 3. Okay. I look at a 30-minute TPO volume profile chart. I look at a 30-minute TPO volume profile chart, but that's on another screen. And that's used in TradingView. I need to build one out for NinjaTrader for us. But I just use my main chart here in a 5-minute. That's all I do. That's all I do. I don't look at, is the daily setting up to the 4 hour, and is the 4 hour setting up to the 1 hour, and is the 5 minutes setting up with the no. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Take all the indicators off your screen and just keep it simple. I know some people are looking at this footprint chart and be like, yeah, you call that simple? Well, it is to me after you've done it for quite a while. The reason we're not really selling off is look at all this delta right here, all this positive delta right here. You got to get through all this positive delta right here. Okay. All this positive delta. Okay. You had one little seller right there. All that positive delta you got to get through, and we keep building it out. Okay. We just keep building it out. And even if you do get past all of that, I'll say you get past all of this and you go short. Okay, and you're looking at this right here. You're looking at that delta, be like, okay, I got some backing. We got volume distribution up in here, and we could go wee and come down here, and then I just sell right here. Well, the problem is you got this delta volume right here, and you got that buyer right there. So this is a no trade zone for me, to be quite honest. There's a reason why you buy the highs, and there has to be a good reason. I mean, I bought the highs, I think, a couple times today. Made a little bit, well, actually, I tried to buy the highs one time. It didn't go, so I took a small loss. I was like, "Okay, I'm done. Small loss." And then it starts setting up again, and I'm like, "Oh boy, here we go." So then I took the trade. Maybe small winner. Okay, no problem. Basically, break even on those 2 trades, small winner, small loser, small winner. And then we got that big, delta surge trades, back to back 1 minute delta surges with a stacked volume balance and the news coming out. And oh yeah, that was juicy. Big 50-point run. That was juicy. But that's about it. That's about it. 11:20. I'm going to be. I'm still going to be streaming. But I gotta take off at around 11:40. I gotta take off, but I'll be back at about 12:30. 12:15, 12:30. I'll be back. Uh, what's today? Wednesday? Yeah, Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. I gotta go do something real quick, and then I'll be right back. But I'll keep the stream running. It's kind of boring, but this is what the market does. This is what the market likes to do. The market likes to trade all whacked out in the mornings, and then it finds a nice little move. We had a nice move upwards. Then we had a nice little balanced area. Then, okay, the market moved upwards, found value to the upside, and we ended up in a balanced market. Okay, this is where people are trying to short thinking they're going to come down here. Okay, and then the market will bounce around, piss off new traders, and then it searches for value. Well, it found value to the upside. Okay, it found value to the upside. And now look what we're doing. We're balancing around, pissing off new traders. That's what the market likes to do. Okay. It likes to find value. This is a 5 minute. It does the same thing all the way to a daily. Times value goes into balance. Sometimes it doesn't do that. Sometimes it does what it does here. It V shapes, boom. It V shaped here, boom, and then it balanced out, and then it run up, and then we just, you know, you got to understand just your basic auction market theory. That's why some people are wondering, well, how can you stay so calm and not be taking trades right now? Well, because for one thing, I'm waiting. You really got to be careful trying to buy a breakout up in this area because you got that offer sitting up there. What you need to do is you need to sit here. Okay, you just need to sit here. And when you get up into the 89 area, 88, 89 area, when you get up in here, actually, when you get up in this area, kind of like where we're at pretty close, you need to look. You need to look at what these numbers are doing up in here. Okay, you need to look. You need to look at the bids. Okay, are the bids going like 60, 100, 150, 200, and we ain't going nowhere, and this bar right here keeps refreshing, and it keeps refreshing, and the bids keep going, and we ain't going nowhere. We're not moving, and this bar is not moving, and it just keeps going and going and going. That's called absorption. It's called iceberg orders. Whatever they want to do, they do, and then all of a sudden we end up kind of going down. Now, if you do want to take a counter trend trade, you can do trades like that, but I just don't do them. Oh, we got a buyer. We got a buyer. Are you going to come on down to the moving average on the 5 minute? Because we've deviated quite a bit. We've deviated about 25 points. It likes to trade around this moving average. It likes to trade around the moving average. See how it kind of ran up, had a little shooting star, and then we kind of came back down to it. It likes to trade around the moving average. Okay. Same thing up here. Shoots up, inside bar, kind of comes back down. It likes to do that. Not all the time. Sometimes it'll sit up here and the moving average will catch up to it. So it don't happen all the time. But the deviation has to be quite good for you to take counter trend trade. And I just don't do a lot of counter trend trades because I kind of suck at it. So I stick to what makes me money. Kind of like what you have to do. You have to do that. I'm thinking about creating another bar type for the footprint. Maybe instead of a hollow candle like this, you'll have the wicks up here. Let me get my drawing tool. You'll have the wicks up here, so you'll have the wicks, okay. But instead of a hollow candle, you'll have like a solid bar. You little turd. You'll have like a solid bar right up in here, okay. You'll have like a solid bar, so you can see the sellers and the buyers instead of a hollow candle because sometimes you get like up here, you see that 60 is getting cut off by the open of the candle. I mean, because I'm tick margin it for one thing. But that's the where we're at. People come into the stream, they're like, come on, where are we going? You buying, you selling, what are we doing? Are you going long? Are you going short? You buying, you selling? How come you ain't in a trade? Well, for one, I've already made my money and I ain't clicking no more buttons. And we're at 11:30, and we got a sell and bounce right here. Now, and we are sloping down right here, but we're sloping upwards on the 5 minute. This is a counter trend trade. So if you get in here and your stop is up in here at about 6, 7 points, or you want to put your stop way up here to about 12 points, you got to get down past this area right here. Problem with that is you got that large buyer right there with that delta right up in here. Okay. I mean, you can take this. It's a counter trend trade. Uh, you probably will hit that because you got 79 in there. You got a 93 buyer that just stepped into the market. 79 contracts, one execution. 93 contracts, one execution. Okay. You got them buyers that it looks like, and see, this is very, very interesting because we had buyer here, and then you just had that buyer right there. Okay. So they're defending this area. Okay. They're defending this area, and people are trying to go short. Okay. Uh, Not understanding at the big picture. Okay. You got a lot of buyers that are interested in keeping this market up. That's why I wouldn't short this thing with Trump's money. It's just the way it is. Now, if we close below this moving average on the 5 minute, if we close below, then I might start getting interested. But then again, you got to think of all these buyers right here that ran this market up. So if we close below and you come down to this area, you might get yourself 50 points. Okay. You got to look at the big picture. You got to look at the big picture. I would really like to get some Delta surges again so I can test out to see what it looks like. Because I'd like to get this out to everybody by Sunday before 6 o'clock. I would like to get this out to everybody. I might be able to get it out by Friday. I have no idea. It would be nice. Okay, so we're coming down here. Uh, we're breaking through the 5 minute moving average right there, the order flow bar moving average. We're breaking through that 5 minute. If we close below it, then yeah, you can start looking for some shorts. But you got to be aware where you're at. You got to be aware of positive delta in this area. Okay. Yes, you had a large seller right there, but you got to get through all this positive delta, all this positive buying area. Okay. And plus, you got to think you're at a big distribution of volume. Okay. You could get it, go from here all the way down to the point of control, but I mean, it's not a trade I really want to be trying to take, to be quite honest. Okay, because I'm looking at the bigger picture. We're right here because I can see the little pillbox right there. Uh, does my crosshair actually show price line? Does that go all the way across? No, it doesn't. It just goes right here. But in order for me to do that, I have to update the code for all those functions, and I ain't gonna do that. Not right now. Oh, we got a delta surge. We got a delta surge right here in the middle of the candle. Okay, we got a delta surge right in the middle of the candle. So if you get in right here, I think it was roughly right here. You want to get out at about this area right here, at about 10 points. The problem is, uh, we're pretty, we're up here at the highs. I mean, it's 11:30. I really wouldn't be taking it, to be quite honest. And if you really want to take it, you want to take it on the break because yes, we got a delta surge, but also we had a buy and bounce right there, and we closed below it. So you're trying to take a delta surge when the buyers up here got absorbed. That's not good. See, there's a lot of things you just need to look at, and you really need to think about. Yes, we had 82 uh, surge, 82 delta surge real quick, and it happened in the middle of the candle. Okay, so but you also have buyers up here that got absorbed that moved down. So if you get in here, you're trying to look at, oh, well, we got delta surge. That's a go. Well, no, you had right up in here, you had buyers get absorbed, and then look where we're at. We're still just grinding. That's why you really got to think about what you're getting yourself into. And also look at this. We're flatlining on the moving average. Okay? It's flatline. No. If you want to try and do a delta surge, you really want to do it when the market is running up like this. Okay? Nice smooth upwards. You're not trying to get the whole move, you're trying to get a piece of the pie. That's all you're trying to do. See, we had a buy and bounce and it just went away. They got absorbed up there. I mean, it would be nice if we could get up in this area and test them offers up there, but we're not because we're getting absorbed right here. The buyers are not in control. I mean, you got 99, 3 to 99, 11 to 20, but they're not going anywhere. They're getting absorbed. So, and we're still flatline. You got a buy and bounce that you could possibly get in right there. I had a buy and bounce and a break of that. You got 49 buy contracts. This stuff happens so quickly. I can't just because I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it, and you have to have your mouse over that buy button, or I have a hotkey. I'm going to be setting up hotkeys, or I have a hotkey. Okay, and you got to. This stuff happens so quickly that because right here, you got absorbed. We ran down. We kind of bounced around. We're flatlining. You had this right here. This closed above. We're starting to trade above, and then a moving average is starting to slope upwards. Okay, that's good. Then you had a buy imbalance right up in this area. Okay. Then you had 49 contracts kick off. Okay. I mean, that right there is a go upwards. Okay. But if you get in here and you see this right here, this area 30 delta with doji candles, man, if I was in 2 contracts, I'd be cutting one for a break even and just take a small loss, okay, or a small winner. That's just me, because let's see how it reacts to this area right here, to all those sellers right there. Are they going to? Is it going to get absorbed? Nope. We got 75 fill contract. Okay, that's good. We got 75 fill contract. We're starting to lose it. We're starting to lose it. You see that delta right there? It's climbing. It's climbing. Okay. If we lose that ledge and we come down to here and you're in here, okay, because you saw a buy imbalance. If you're in here, okay, It got like 5 points, maybe you peeled yourself up some, you had an inside bar, and then we kinda ran up, I'd be taking some off the table right now at 10 points pretty easily. Okay, I'd really be out. I'd really be out. As soon as you see that sell and bounce area right there, and remember when I said about losing that ledge? We're at 270 delta, it was up to 300 and some, and now we're coming back down. The point of control just shifted. So we're definitely bullish. But why get into a trade right here and not take it when you got 75 contracts and you see all this selling right here? Just take your 5 6 points and then get the heck out. Okay, you can always get back in. Commissions are a lot cheaper than a full stop out. And I trade like that, and I've got 5 funded accounts. Okay, I just passed another eval uh, yesterday. So I mean, and I've been doing that not with home runs. I didn't get those 5 funded accounts with home runs. I got them with a lot of base hits. I got them with a lot of base hits. If you're gonna try and break this high right here, you gotta think you got a lot of sell and bounce right there, and you got 135 delta. You got 436 positive delta on this candle right here, which is good. If you're trying to break and get a surge of the break of the high, you really need to see high delta on the current candle, and you need to see a large amount of volume right up at the top in order to get a break. I mean, stuff happens so quickly that I can't even tell you. All I can do is tell you afterwards, you have a buy and bounce right here. You had a buy and bounce right there that got absorbed, but we're breaking it. Okay. We're breaking it, and we're breaking it with volume right up in here with volume. Okay. I mean, you got to think we broke that with volume. You've got 46 contracts, 113, 285 right here, all right here. Okay. You had one order of 49 contracts. So you can go ahead and get in here. You take a little bit of heat, maybe about 5 points, and then you start getting here, and then you start drying up on the volume, and maybe you get out for about 10 points. Take you $200 and move on. Okay, do that about 5 times a day, and you got yourself $1,000. Okay, maybe you get some winners, you get some losers. You see what I talk about trying to break this and try to run up. You got them sellers right there. One, two, three, four, quadruple stacked selling bounce right there. That's not something I want to be taking. You got another selling bounce right there. It just got taken away. There's, and plus, and see this right here, you're sloping upwards on the moving average. Okay, you're definitely sloping upwards on the moving average. This right here, this inside bar right here, that's a valid trade of getting in on the break of that. Yeah, you come up here, you take a little bit, get yourself 5 points, $100, and move on. Maybe get in a couple contracts, sell one, book yourself $100, move to a break even. You got stopped out on the break even right here, but you had a runner on trying to get your 50, 100 point. Well, it's kind of hard because you're right up here at the top. Okay. I mean, maybe if we sell off and we lose this volume area and we come down into this area right here where all these buyers were earlier today with all the positive delta right there. And if we come down into this area, yeah, you can start looking for valid trades if the 5 minute, 1 minute line up to move back up. But once you move back up, then that volume area becomes resistance. We're flatlining on the 1 minute. We're flatlining on the 1 minute. It's telling me do not go long or short. We were starting to slope up right here. This candle, we were starting to slope up when we broke that area right there with the large buyer and the large volume kicking in on the footprint chart and get yourself about 10 points. As soon as you get yourself 10 points, if you're in multiple contracts, just book, oh my word, it is. Thank you. Just book yourself some profits and move on. I got to go. I forgot. The wife just told me it's 11:42. Um, I'll be back in about 30 minutes. I want to keep the stream running. I got to jump in the truck and go. I'll be right back. All right. All right, I'm back. All right, we got Delta surge about 80 on the downside. We got Delta surge by 80 on the downside. I mean, take that trade, you get in on the break of this, you take that trade, you're hoping to get down to the point of trouble, but you got to look at all these bids that are sitting on the books right there. That's the problem. All the bids that are sitting on the books. We got about 20. You got to get through that 44 right there. You got to get that 44. You got that. You had an inside bar on the Delta surge, about 80 Delta surge on the downside. So if as soon as you get down to about this area, probably around about 10 points, 10, 12 points, you need to think about taking some off the table a little bit because if you look at it, you're looking at the 5 minute. Look at the 5 minute. 5 minutes just sloping upwards. It's just surging, just sloping upwards. We got a big sell candle right there. You got 54 contracts that came into the market. They're looking to get caught. Right now, I'd be cutting the trade, to be quite honest. I'd be cutting that bad boy right now. I wouldn't be taking no full stop out. Market's telling me I'm wrong. So I just take my little three, 3 to 5 points and move on for the day. Because right here, if you got right here, and then all of a sudden you got the big sell that comes in, you got to take yourself a break even trade or a 1 point, man. You just got to do it. There's absolutely no reason to be taking a full stop out. Okay. There's absolutely no reason to be taking a full stop out. That's idiotic. If it comes back down and it breaks this area, you can always get back in. Commissions are a lot commissions are a lot cheaper than a full stop out. I say that all the time and I will stick to it because that's how I trade. That's how I've got 5 funded accounts because I trade that way. I will sit there and take 3 or 4 break evens and then take a nice runner. Do-do-do-do. But that's just me. We had a nice delta surge, and it looks like uh, I had a delta surge of 80. You know that it's a little hard to see on stream probably, but you got that big pink thing right there, or the blue violet. You had a delta surge right here, and that delta surge, I don't know exactly where it was. You know, but if you get in on the break of this and you come down here, you get yourself about 5 points. You know, and the delta was right here. I mean, look at all this delta right here, all that positive delta, and you're trying to chew through it. Okay, you're trying to chew through it. That's the problem. Can you can you get it done? Yeah, you possibly could. You can possibly get it done. Okay. Yeah, I think about the bids that are sitting there on the books though. That's why this is really not an ideal trade to take. And quite frankly, you're just consolidating and you're down at you're at a balanced market right up in here. Okay. Sometimes it pokes its head down and then pulls right back up in just like it just did. Uh, you're counter trend trading because you're sloping down on the 1 minute moving average and you're sloping up on the 5 minute. 5 minutes got a little slight pullback, but kind of like what it did uh, here. Okay, and we ran up, kind of like what it did here. And kind of ran up. Is it going to do the same thing? These are the things you need to think about when you start counter trend trading, thinking the market's up too high and you want to short the friggin' thing. Uh, It's going we got buy and bounce right there. It's actually going pretty good. Yesterday, I passed another, eval, so, today, I'm green on a funded account, so I'm doing good. We got news the thing is, you got news coming out all the stinking time, just like right now at about 12:11. I just got back to the desk. I was out to lunch. White House official Trump expected to reiterate in Wednesday's address the 2 to 3 week timetable for ending operations in Iran. Alrighty. All right. Yeah, see, the hard thing is you got all this stinking news coming out all the time. That's why when I got in earlier on that 50-point trade I did, the thing was, I got lucky. I got lucky again. Your boy got lucky. I got lucky with a 50-pointer because I was on the right side of the news. I mean, if you're on the wrong side of the news, you probably get clobbered for about a grand or two. Like 12, 15. I need to shut down Rhythmic. Oh, here's another thing. I really want to talk to people about this. Okay. I really want to talk to people about this. Let me bring up the account here. When you're trading, I trade Bullnox with Rhythmic. Okay. I trade Bullnox with Rhythmic. I'm, we have a buy and bounce right here. You got news that just came out. You have a buy and bounce that just kicked off. You got lack of interest right there on the sellers. Okay. Man, it's hard to buy right up at the top here. Okay, you got the buy and bounce just got taken away. Okay, the buy and bounce just got taken away. No trade. Okay, I mean if you want to try to get in on the break right here, you need to keep a tight stop to about right up in this area, and maybe you can try and get yourself about 10 points. I don't know. I wouldn't be taking this just because, well, for one, I mean the delta was 124 on this candle. That's pretty decent. But I'm looking for a delta surge. Okay, kind of like from the downside here, I'm looking for a delta surge to the upside. Okay, I mean that was a good trade right here. Uh, you got to be careful about this. It didn't meet my delta surge criteria, or there would have been a green arrow with the amount of delta. It just didn't meet the criteria. Uh, but we kind of flatlined. We closed above. We got all that positive delta right there. We're chewing through that negative delta. You got it here, but you got to be quick. I mean, what are you going to do? Get 10 points and move on? Yeah, sure. I mean, you can do that if you want. It's just hard to buy highs up here, and you got to think about this. I mean, we have been moving up on a point of control. We were down here, then we moved up, now we're moved up here. Uh, on the histogram right here, you got all those buyers right there from earlier. You got a large buyer right here. You got a large one right here. You got some mediocre buy size right there. Those are one order executions, multiple contracts. Okay. And then the sellers are on this side. And then the largest buyer is on this side right here. That is the largest buyer. Uh, I'm going to add some more content to this. I'm going to be adding the total amount of sellers, total amount of buyers, and doing the delta down at the bottom and getting the delta average. Uh, Kind of like a cumulative volume delta for large buy contracts. And these are single order contracts. It's 54 contracts in one single order. Uh, because the institutions play off the backs of each other, they can do stuff like that. Let me kind of scroll back and see what I missed when I was out to lunch. Not very much. Not very much. Okay, I left right up in this area right here, about 11:45. I left up here in this area. I had a buy and bounce. Yeah, there's really not much going on. Not much going on. Not much is going on. Let me. Okay. Why did you? Okay. Let me close out the code editor. I changed some code on the fly this morning. We're looking at a 30-second chart. This is a 30-second chart. 30-second footprint chart, and it's tick merged to 4. So I got the tick merge. I set see 30-second chart. I got the large volume set to 30. So it has to be 30 contracts in one order or more. Resting orders is the histogram right here. The histogram. I just normally don't keep that because I look at the heat map. I look at the histogram here. I mean, as you can see, there's 66 contracts right here. Uh, Imbalance is set to 4 to 3. The depth, DOM depth is set to 300. If you can't move the price line too much, you got to adjust the DOM depth, maybe up 500, down 200. It depends on certain things. That's about it. Mm, yeah. So I was talking about rhythmic. Um, I trade with Bull Knox and I use rhythmic. Uh, I find the executions for me are good. Uh, oh wow. I didn't know I traded that much quantity today. That was actually pretty decent. How many? I gotta look at that. But what you want to do, you want to go to. I don't want to show my username, but I don't want to show my username. But the rhythmic right here. Okay, you want to go to rhythmic, and what you want to do is you want to click on positions here, and you just want to keep this window open. Okay, because if you're on like Quant Tower or you're on Ninja Trade or whatever, uh, let's say Ninja Trader kind of goes down. Let's say it crashes on you. You always have rhythmic up here, and you click on positions. Now I'll show you your current positions, and then a window will show up, and then you can click the X button. You can close it out. Okay. Also, you can go to order book right here. If you go to the order book, this is where I place orders. And I started doing this today. I'm going to stop using Ninja Trader order execution. I'm just going directly with Rhythmic because the thing is, Ninja Trader has to send it over to Rhythmic, and then Rhythmic does their thing. Well, I'm just going to go straight off of Rhythmic execution, so I just go to order book, and I just use that. So that's what I do. We're kind of not doing very much. We're kind of flatlining. I mean, if you took that trade, you got yourself about 6 points on that. There really was no trade, to be quite honest. What you're looking for is like a trapped traders. You're looking for trapped traders. Uh, this right here, we had a delta surge right here of 82, and I actually, uh, this is a trade that happened earlier, but it happened so stinking quickly, you can't do anything about it on stream because it's like the stream's 3 second delay. I mean, come on, the trade, yeah, you had a buy and bounce up here. Okay, so you had absorption up there. You had a buy and balance, but we closed down here doing kind of consolidated. Then right here, you had a buy and bounce right here. We started breaking that area right there where they were interested in. Then we had the 49 contracts kick in. Then we closed above it. The order flow bar moving average was sloping upwards. That's good. You had an inside bar, so you can get in on here. Maybe you get out right here for about 5, 6 points. Okay. There hasn't been a whole lot of runners today. Really hasn't been much because quite frankly, we're just sitting here just grinding up, 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 and up, and you keep buying the high of the day, kind of like trying to short the low of the day. You got to be careful about that. Also, here's what I did earlier. You want to look at this. This is what I did earlier. I drew the blue box right here in pre-market because the point of control right here on the New York session for the 26th. You know, these past few days, we kind of traded up. Yesterday, we had a double distribution day, as you can see on the volume. Double distribution day, very low volume in the middle. Uh, I had a point of control right here, and we were traded down to it, and now we're traded up here into this area. Up here into this area. Okay. Right here, you got the point of control. We came down, we're right here at the open. We're right here at the open on that point of control for that day. We traded up. We're right here at this point of control for this day, and with the volume, with a uh, volume on a balanced market, this is basically a balanced day. Pretty nice balanced day. We have the point of control for the TPO, the time price opportunity chart. That's where most of the time the market spent. Then we had the volume right there, and then we're kind of like right up against it. So are we going to break this? I have no idea. We got about 100, 200 more points to go. If we break this area right here, we could possibly up here in this area is the next level of resistance that I'm thinking about. Okay. Because I'm using TPO charts. I'm using TPO charts, time price opportunity, and volume charts. I'm going to write the code for one of these for NinjaTrader because NinjaTrader doesn't have TPO charts. They got a volume profile, but they got it on the order flow package, which the order flow package I don't quite like. That's why I kind of built my own. I don't like theirs. And plus, I like writing code because I've been a software engineer for 15 years. Been trading for 10 years. So I kind of like writing my own stuff. So Wednesday, Trump speaks on Iran and NATO at 1 o'clock. So, okay, so here's the thing at one, at, to do tomorrow, we better get our trading in the morning. Because ain't crap going to happen after lunch. Okay. You got Trump running his mouth at 1 o'clock. Market's going to move. I do not want to be. A lot of people say, well, yeah, you can pass accounts and make a lot of money in doing that, but you can also lose a lot of money if you're on the wrong side. I am a probability executor. Uh, so I need to take trades on probabilities. And with stuff like that, it's just not in my plan. So we got to trade in the morning. We got to trade in the morning. Tomorrow, make your money in the morning and move on. Okay, if you have a small loss in the morning tomorrow, move on. You have a small winner, move on. If you have a fantastic day, you really need to move on. Uh, so that's the whole thing tomorrow. It says 1 o'clock, but as usual, they'll be late. Okay, we're trading below the moving average on the 1 minute. We're starting to roll over. It looks like we're starting to roll over. If we close down here below this moving average, if we close below it, okay, we need to close below it. You can't come down here and kiss it. Come down here and kiss it. You spike down and then you moved up here and then you moved up here. Are we going to keep doing the same thing? You know, so many people say, well, the market's gone too high. I want to short it. And they short it and then they get blown out. Then they try to short it again. They get blown out. Okay. Uh, I like having the 5 minute line up with the 1 minute. Right now, they're contradicting each other. The 5 minutes up and the 1 minutes down. So they're contradicting each other. So I'm just staying out of the trade. You know, I did a couple of trades today. I'm green on my funded account and I'm good. Okay. We got a few minutes before that closes. You just got to think where you're at, what you're looking for. And here's the thing: if you get a blowout, which would be you got some bids sitting on the books, you got the point of control right here. You got all that volume distribution of volume. If we lose that, you could come down here to this area right here. Okay, but you got a lot of buyers in that area. You would have to lose this area. Here, I'll be right back. All righty. All righty. So we really need to close below this moving average on this 5 minute right here to the right. You really need to close below that before you start thinking about taking shorts, to be quite honest. And also, you're looking to be taking a short right here at the point of control. This whole area right here. You got to chew through that. You got to break the point of control. You got to get through all these large buyers here before you really sell off. This is the kind of stuff you need to think about instead of just thinking, "Oh, I just want to short it because it looks good." You got to put the odds in your favor, man or woman or whatever you want to be. I don't know. These days, things have got whacked out of their minds. Uh, I mean, come on. You see, they just running this thing back up. You got a delta of 129, and we closed above the 1 minute. So now it's yeah. I mean, you, there was a buy and bounce right there. Very, very not so good. Well, you got a 10 point stop. Maybe come up here for 10 points if you break this right here. If you break this, you got a buy and bounce right there. At least that's what it looks like. Yeah, you got a dark green. That's a buy and bounce area. So if you buy in here, realistically, I just keep a tight stop. Uh, so if you buy in here, you put your stop down here, but you're right there at the moving average. Right now, if you got up here, you're about 5 points. Quite frankly, the way this market is, I'd be taking a little bit and moving to a break even. Peel some off and just move to a break even, pay yourself a little bit. Maybe we can get a runner and this thing keeps running throughout the afternoon. You have no idea. Okay, but what you do know is you got a large seller right up in this area too. Okay. And if you got in here and you're up 5 points, you just need to pay yourself. You're not looking for a big move. You're not looking for a large move. I mean, you're 5 points here. You're 5 points there. You got yourself a 1 for 1. Pay yourself. Take it off a little bit. You got another inside bar right there at 3 delta is basically neutral. You got 60 delta, 80 delta being printed up here. Okay, that's still good. But you got to pay yourself. Okay, weakness, get out. Weakness, get out because look at this. You see what I'm talking about? You see that on the footprint chart. They're not pushing through. They're not pushing through. Okay. At 36, it got once these started getting filled, they still filled up this area right up in here. Okay, now they're breaking through. But realistically, I would have gotten out right there. You get in here, you see that weakness right up in there, you just cut the trade and you take your stinking 7 points or whatever and you move on. I know a lot of people will be like, "Oh, 7 points ain't nothing." Okay. I mean, 7 points, I mean, that's 140 bucks. I mean, do that a handful of times, you got yourself a decent day. Okay, we ain't looking for home runs. We're not looking for home runs. We're looking the main thing you're looking for is, okay, before I enter this trade, where am I gonna get out? Down here? Right here? You know, I'm trying to get a break and we had an inside bar. Now is my stop down here? Okay. We came up here, take a little bit off the table, pay yourself, you know. You saw some weakness on this candle right here because of the offers sitting there. You got to get out. The market at that time was telling you it's weak. Get out. Get out. Take your 7 points. Okay. Maybe you'll leave a little bit on the table. Maybe you're not slinging around many. If you're slinging around in many, sling around 10 micros. Sell five and then manage the other five contracts. Okay. You're trying to be consistent. Your batting average needs to be consistent. And every now and then you'll catch a runner. Okay. If you still, if you got in, if you got in here and you pay yourself a little bit up in this area, maybe on this candle, maybe on this candle, pay yourself a little bit. You know, you can put your stop down below here and still make a profit. Okay. Okay, not as much, maybe a few points, but then if we keep grinding up, maybe you grind up all the way up here and get yourself 20 points on 5 micros. Okay, everybody wants to make it just go or blow on these accounts. What I'm teaching you, you don't need to be trading prop firms. These fake prop firms, you can be trading personal accounts because if you get good with it and you get consistent with it, you can just trade personal accounts. Or you can trade the fake prop firms, make the money from that, and then you see what I'm talking about. You see what I'm talking about with the weakness there, and then what we saw up here on the book, and now we're down here close to the break even. There's things you got to read, and you're not going to be able to read it by looking at a candle like that. You just don't see the inside of it. You don't see the numbers, the order flow on the inside of it. You can go to a delta candle. Delta candles are perfectly fine because delta candles will tell you some good information. The delta candle will tell you you had big positive delta right up in that area. We had inside bar. You get in on the break of that. If we lose this delta right here, you want to get out right here. You got big positive high delta right there. Okay, maybe you take a little bit off the table, and then you saw a little weakness right up in here because of the delta right up in there. You know, get yourself about 10 points, move along. That's how it's done. Uh, and you gotta have. I'm trying to eat a sandwich, and you gotta have a I don't care mentality about missing a trade. Last week, I missed a trade because I was waiting for it to come back down by five more points. I missed a trade and it ran up without me. So what? Okay, and I said it right on stream. Oh well, I missed a trade. Who cares? Then I turned right around and I said, there's another trade right around the corner. I missed this one, but there's another trade right around the corner. And about an hour later, sure enough, it was a 25-point trade. You're gonna miss trades. You're gonna miss them, and you gotta get used to it. You got a delta of 100 is starting to climb a little bit. If they hold this, imbalance area right here, if they hold this imbalance area, you got 33 to 75, they just took it out. Yeah, they just slowly grinding it up. Remember what I talked about shorting this thing? All this whole area is buyers. 93, you had a little 79 there. 49, 75, you had another big buyer. A bubble behind that I couldn't see. It was bigger than 75. I had 54 up there. So this whole area right here, that whole area, owned, owned by institution market makers slinging around the sides. All right. Remember what I talked about missing a trade? 290. This market could dump, but I just don't. I mean, it's 1 o'clock. I just don't feel it. I just don't feel a dump. It ain't gonna I don't think it's gonna happen. I mean, I've already showed you what I thought on the TPO chart and the volume profile chart on TradingView. I mean, we're right up in this area. We're right here in this area right there. The close is right here. We've got point of control right there. The volume point of control is right there. If we move, we can move down here, but we still got that volume area right there at around 24,200. So I just don't think we're going to be dumping today, to be quite honest. I mean, we've been moving up all single day. We've had news come out with Iran as usual, as usual. I'll tell you very easily, I am green on a funded account, and that is because I got caught on the right side of the news. But I took the trade because of the order flow coming in and the delta surge that happened, uh, and the buying balance. I just took the trade, and then I found out we were in news. And you got the 5 minute sloping upwards like this. A 5 minute from 9:30. We had a run up, we had a run down. I think I made some trades up in this area. I didn't take a single short today. I did not take a single short today. I was just catching the longs. Uh, I think 50 some points today. One trade was 50 points, and the other ones were like 20 or something. A couple of them added up to like 20 points. I just took some small base hits. Had a nice 50 point home run. Uh, and then stop calling me. And then I just had some base hits as usual. But we're sloping upwards. Look at this. We just keep grinding up. And people are blowing accounts, trying to short it here, 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 trying to short it here. Not knowing that you got all these large buyers right here. Okay. Buyers right there. Okay. Buyers right here. Buyers right here. Yes, you've got some sellers in there, but the buyers are in control. That's why I need a CVD over here of the buyers and sellers. This column right here, this column right here, that's the sellers. This column is the buyers. I need to have a CVD of all the total of the sellers, total of the buyers, and then the difference between the buy and sell. I'd like to have it like down in this area right here, or maybe since I'm going to be adding a footer down in here for more options for people to show and hide, I can have it down into this area right here uh, on like a footprint. I can just have it down in this area. So if you have this enabled, because if you go to settings, you can actually disable it and not show it if you don't want it, okay? I don't know why you would do that, but people have their reasons. Maybe they don't even use the large volume, who knows? But have it down in the footer here, down in this area. Uh, but that's gonna be in the near future. There's so much I wanna do, and I gotta get the DOM wrapped up. This DOM is still in beta. I mean, look at the DOM. This thing is still in beta. Man, this thing needs some love. This thing needs some love from me. I need to This add-on has been neglected. I need some love from me. Oh, wait a minute. Really need some love. Um, no, it really needs some love. I mean, now that I got the order flow pulse pretty locked down, I need to work on this DOM. The execution buttons work. The execution buttons work. They're good. You got the total quantity that you're currently in. I need to change that to CQ for current quantity. The P&L, your current P&L that you're in the trade. The quantity button needs to go up, up, down with like a minus and plus arrow. The volume here needs to be, you need to have an option. You need to have a little cog wheel right here with an option, kind of like you do on the volume profile. You need to have a user settings for the DOM here, and the user settings is okay. The volume profile will be either overnight session or New York session. Same thing with the Delta here. This needs some love, and then I need to be able to really do some stuff and be able to trade, be able to click buttons, sell, buy, put your stops here, and this Dom needs some love, man. What is she teasing me again? Yeah, stop. You'll make her mad. Here, I'll be right back. I gotta get some tea going. I don't think we're doing anything. And if you're and if you're looking for a short, well, for one thing, you need to close below the moving average and have that stinking thing stop sloping upwards. You need to have the stinking thing stop sloping upwards. Stop trying to short up here. No, don't short up here. Stop shorting up here, blowing accounts. Go with the trend, my friend. Um, Here, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some tea going. I just finished my sandwiches. I want to get some tea going. Get a little mango ginger tea. Most of the time, I drink the Irish breakfast tea, but we got some mango ginger tea. Okay, so for one, this is contradicting itself, and also another. It's kind okay. So now it's starting to slope down. It's not. It's not a thing to go short. Could you go short? Cover down here and make yourself 30 points. Yeah. The problem is the 5 minute. The 1 minute's contradicting the 5 minute. 5 minutes contradicting the 1 minute. Which one of them is right or wrong? We have no idea. All I know is that both of them are not in agreement. So that's a no go for me. Well, yeah. Uh, listen. Hey, hey, Kelsey. Yes, you got yours. I got mine. I'm not going to. Now, River might steal it. Don't worry about it. All right. We just sitting here. We just sitting here grinding away, man. We just grinding away. We made a little money on the upside. Made a little money on the upside. Made a little money on the upside. I haven't taken a single short today. Why? Well, I mean, why would I? Why would I take a short when the VWAP is sloping upwards? The price has been trading above the VWAP for quite a long time. It's actually over one standard deviation from the VWAP. So why would I take a stinking short? Now, we had a little crash on the average tree, the ATR, average tree range. It's kind of crashed down to nothing. To nothing. It was up in around 28. I don't know, somewhere around there, 28 earlier this morning. Now it's just crashed. It's just kind of sloping downwards. It's just kind of ATR kind of crapped the bed on us. I need volatility, but I need it to be not too high. You know what I mean? It needs to be good volatility. Not whacked out volatility like a 50 ATR. You know? Like I don't I just need a little volatility, you know? Kind of like when Trump might fart in the Oval Office and the market moves, that kind of volatility. Not the kind of volatility where he says, we're going to blow up some electrical grid systems. No, I don't want that kind of volatility. No, no, no. That's bad volatility, for me at least. Like I keep saying, we ain't had a real president in decades. Last one we've had was Bill Clinton. He was a man's man president. We need that. We need that boy back. We need Bill Clinton back. Give him a box of cigars and the Tender app. The man will work some wonders for you. You see what I talked about, where I said the market likes to find value, and then it likes to balance around and piss off new traders. Well, that's what it's doing. They found value to the upside. Now we're kind of balancing. We're in a nice balanced market area. It's pissing off new traders. We're going up, we're going down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. And we're kind of like, blah, blah, blah. You know, if you just understand the market likes to piss off new traders. Now, some traders that have been around the block for a while, they just kind of know. Right now, we're in a snooze fest. Here, I got to go get my tea. Yeah. Uh, we're getting, I don't know what we're doing. Let's- So we closed above it, but we closed about halfway. We really can't, we're not doing very much. We're just sitting here grinding. We're just sitting here grinding. What I need to do is adjust the settings on the volume profile. I have it up to 8 because we were kind of moving kind of heavily. Now I'm going to move that down a little bit to about 1 point. Uh, we're in the 30-second. Boy, if we were in a range chart, boy, that chart would be having like a 40 range bar. That thing will be there for about an hour, just sitting there. Yep, that thing, a 40 range bar, yeah, that thing will be sitting there for about an hour, man. Oh, is it in the cup? Okay. I'll give it about 2 minutes and I'll go get it. Uh, Holy smokes, we got some. I'm surprised we didn't get a Delta surge on there. We got news. Did Trump fart in the Oval Office? What we got going on? What we got going on? We got buy and bounce right there. We got buy and bounce right there. We got buy and bounce. We got positive 200 delta, positive 200 delta. We need to hold this delta. If you're looking for a break, you got to hold this delta. You got to hold this delta. We got 300 delta. We got buy and bounce. You could possibly get in here, put your stop down here, and if you get a blow off top, we probably get up here at about 3.5 to about 15 points. Come on there. This thing happens so fast, man. All of a sudden, I'm bored out of my mind, and then, like, boom! Adrenaline rush. Come on, boys. Let's go. This is the way trading is. You better pay yourself. You better pay yourself up in this mother lover. Pay yourself. Pay yourself. Because remember what I said. If it gets up there to 3.5, we kind of got up there to 3.5, and look what we did up there in 3.5. Look what we did up there in 3.5. Okay? Right up there. We didn't get all the way up there. We didn't get all the way up there. But you gotta pay yourself. Why? Because this thing will crap right back down to your break even. I'm surprised we didn't get a Delta surge. Hmm. Well, we got Delta surge on the 5 minute. We got Delta surge on the 5 minute. You see that 5 minute? We got that Delta surge. I kind of wanted. Oh, I'm on a 30 second. I bet you that could be the reason why. I bet you if I was on a 1 minute, that thing would line up. Because it seems like the 1 minute lines up with the 5 minute pretty good, but the 30 second is a little fast. The 30 seconds a little fast. When you're trading the NQ on a 30-second chart like this, you are in the arena with the algorithmic high frequency trading bots of these institutions, and they own this area. They own the NQ, they own the lower time frames. So when you trade in this area, you better be quick. And you can't be like, well, I hope it goes up more, because then all of a sudden you got your ass handed to you. They own this area. This is why if you got in here because you saw that buy and bounce, you saw this 363 delta. We didn't get a delta surge, but I'm looking at the 360. I'm looking at the buy and bounce. You get in here, put your stop down in here, because if you break that buy and bounce, we could possibly go back down here. There's absolutely no reason to be taking a 10-point stop out when it's not necessary. Or you could buy on the break that high right there, get out for about 5 points, and then you see the low dried up volume up in there, and you just get out. Why? Because you got that offer sitting up there on the books. You see, we just sat here. What? We just sat here for friggin' what? How long did we sit here for? Bored out of our stinking mind. You see what I talk about? You see what I'm talking about? The market likes to bounce around. It found value to the upside. It likes to bounce around. Found value to the upside. Is it going to bounce around up here? We have no idea. But it's just basic auction market theory. Okay, we traded around here from about 12:37 to about what? About 30 minutes, roughly about 30 minutes. Sat on our hands for about 30 minutes, maybe an hour, because nothing really happened. Then all of a sudden, you got this right here. You get yourself 10 points, move on, about $200, move on. Remember what I said about shorting this market? You do not want to short it, not even with Trump's money. You don't want to short this market, not even with Trump's money. I'm going to go get my tea. See, this thing happens so stinking quickly. I can't call out these signals to you. I can't call out the trades for you. For one thing, SEC would have my butt in a sling, and that ain't gonna happen because I need to trade. I've got an addiction, and I need to trade. We have this basic auction market theory again. It was in a balanced market down here, and then it found value to the upside, and now look where we're at. We're back to pissing off new traders. So maybe we sit here for another hour or two. Actually, it's 1 o'clock. And just come back tomorrow. If that's all you guys, $200 for today, just come back tomorrow. I mean, $200 get you a nice meal and a bottle of good liquor. Just come back tomorrow, man. So, why would you take this trade? Why would you take this trade right here? And why would you probably didn't get the top. You probably got out about here for about 6, 7 points. But why would you even take it? Well, for one, you take it because you possibly could come up here to about 50 or 100 points. We have no idea. What I do know is this stinking market has been going up all stinking morning, kind of like for days where it was going down all stinking day. And we were doing new lows and we were making new lows. Well, now we're making new highs, you know? Institutions and market makers are like crazy girlfriends on. Don't say that. Do not say that. So why did I get into the trade here? Okay, if I can get my little thing up here. For one, let's look at this. Whoops. Let's look at this. Gotta go the other way. Know your left from your right. You should know that because you were in the Marine Corps. They taught you how to go left, right. Um, okay, for one, you had a buy and bounce area right up in this area. Okay, right here, buy and bounce up in this area. You had a buy and bounce up in here. Okay, very kind of. I don't know that was a little whacked out, but you get in on the break of that. Maybe you get on the break of that. You got support right here on this buy and bounce, so you can wait for a pullback and get in here and put your stop down here below the buy and bounce area a little bit. That's probably like 5 points. Yeah, maybe you go 5 points at the low here. Okay, maybe you do that. So now you're in here. You come up here. The volume dries out. You come up here. You got yourself a little doji. Maybe you get out here for about 3 points. Maybe you get out here for 5 points. You know, I mean, 1 minute, that's like $100. That ain't much. But you're looking for base hits and you're looking to keep a runner. The problem is with these runners, like I did last week, I was doing 3 minis, sold me some, paid myself because I trade like a monkey. I see banana, I take banana and I peel off a little bit of that banana. And I peel off a little bit more. And then I save the banana to see if we can get a runner. And then I might eat it later. Or it might fall out my pocket and fall on the ground. You know? That's just the way it is. Okay? But you got to think you had a buy and bounce right here because you had that green bar right there. Maybe you want to change this to yellow or something. Okay? Maybe you just come up here and then you say, okay, I want my buy and balance. Where are we? Oh, wait a minute. Wrong one. Colors. Imbalance. Buy. Maybe I want that yellow. And then we go click apply. Now that's yellow. Now it's a little bit brighter for you. Okay. We got a buy and balance area right there. Okay. We have a delta of 305. That's what got me excited. So if you heard me with the adrenaline rush coming in, it's because of that delta. It ain't because of the stinking buy and balance. It's because of that 305 delta right there. That 305 delta got me all giddied up. Okay. And then you come back down here. It came back down. Okay. You you buy right here. If it breaks that high, you add to the position. Now your cost average is right here. So now when you're up about 5 points, you're making about $200. You peel some off when you get the pop, you peel some off, and then you move to a break even so you can get yourself a runner. How the sausage is made. Because here's the thing. Since we found value to the upside, and now we're back to pissing off new traders, okay? We found value to the upside. Now we're in the bounce market, pissing off new traders. Now we can talk about this because we probably got some time. Uh, okay. Here's the thing. So many people buy these evals from these fake prop firms. Okay. I call them fake prop firms because they're not regulated. They don't need to be. So many people buy evals, then they listen to a guru on YouTube that drives a rented Lamborghini with an Airbnb house. Buy my course, and you too can be like me. You too can buy 10 evals, blow 8 of them, and pass 2 of them. Well, what I'm trying to teach you is actually take money from the fake prop firms and then take your funded accounts, get a payout, put that in your personal account, and then start trading your personal account because you're consistent with what I'm teaching you. And then you can have the mentality of screw you, my money, my rules. Okay. Or you can be like me and trade these fake prop firms because they weren't around when I started trading. And then you can take the money and put it into an IRA account. Okay. Uh, But so many people come in and they want and they go all full port gambling degenerate style, and then they pass an account, and then they try to do it again, they blow it up. Try to do it again, they blow it up. You know, you can prop farm. It's called prop farming. You can do it, and you can make money, and there are people out there that do it. Okay, they might spend $20,000 in 1 month and make $50,000, and they net 30,000. Okay, they think of it as a business expense, and that's all they do. But what's going to happen when these fake prop firms, when they're no longer around? Okay, we don't know. They could go out. The government could be sick and tired of them and start regulating them. We have no idea what's going to happen to them because this is quite new. Uh, we don't know what's gonna happen. So, and then if something does happen, people don't know how to trade. Well, the best thing you can do as a new trader, the best thing you can do as a new trader is get an eval, do not trade minis, go to a micro, sling around one micro. And the only thing you're not worried about making money, you're not worried about losing money, okay? You got to pay your tuition. What you need to do is just sit there and sling one micro and get consistent. Do not give a crap about the money, okay? Do not give a crap about the money. What you need to worry about is putting on 50 trades. And out of those 50 trades, you're gonna learn something. Now, out of those 50 trades, you might lose $500 or you might blow an account. I have no idea, but you will learn something after about 50 trades. And keep doing that. And eventually, you will learn and you will start getting consistent and you will start having some self-discipline if you're good enough. And then once you have the consistency down, after you make about 100 trades, 50 or 100 trades, and you've got the mental fortitude to be able to take a stop, to take a small red day, to come back the next day and take a big green day. Once you have the consistency and the mental fortitude and the self discipline, then the sky's the limit. But so many people want to hit sky high right off the bat. I mean, you're coming into an industry that is extremely brutal. where like 5% of the people fail. I mean, trust me, I failed for years on personal accounts. I didn't have micros to trade. I didn't have fake prop firms. I didn't have micros to trade. I had to sling around minis. I traded the ES because it was a thickly traded market because the NQ would slaughter me. And that's another thing. So many people come into the NQ and they want to trade it. Like right here, the trade that we just did. The trade we just did, this was an adrenaline rush. Okay. All of a sudden, we're just flatlining. We're pissing off new traders because we're in a balanced market. And then all of a sudden, the buying balance kicks in. The 300 some delta is climbing and it ain't going down, it's going up, and then you get into a trade and get yourself a little small winner and you move on. Yeah, that was a nice adrenaline rush. I thought we'd run and get ourselves like 50 points. And then all of a sudden, the adrenaline rush stops. Boom, we're back to pissing off new traders. Because the market likes to find value to the upside or the downside, and then it likes to bounce around. It doesn't do this all the time. Sometimes it will run up and then V shape down. Okay. Sometimes it just keeps running. I mean, but the majority of the time, it will run up and then bounce around and piss off new traders. So you can go ahead and download the indicator for free and then use we got buy and bounce right here. Look at the delta. You got buy and bounce. You need to look at the delta. You need to see what's on the books up top. You can click on the heat map if you really want to see, and it's right up in this area right here. Okay. But the buy and balance buy and balance went away. The delta is still kind of neutral. So we're right here up at the top of the channel right here. You would have to see a delta surge or a large buyer step in. But where are you going to go from here to here? Like 5 points? I mean, we're right here. We are right here up at the top of the profile. So, and here's the thing. If we lose this area right here, we could lose it pretty quickly and then go back down to this area. Okay, we could lose that area pretty quickly and then come back down here for about 10 points pretty quickly. And the reason I say pretty quickly is because you see the volume right here? You see the volume there? This area is a lack of volume. So with a lack of volume means a lack of interest. That means if you lose this shelf right here, you could easily come back down here to this area where the volume of distribution is. So let's sit here and see if that actually happens. It might not, because we've been grinding. You know, we might not even get there. We might just close the day up. We have no idea. Let me look at the TPO volume profile chart. Yeah, at 24,400. Come on, man. You know you want it. You know you want that 24,400. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Are we going to lose this area? Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. Just cancel that out. I want to go here. Okay. This area right here. If we start losing this area right here, are we going to go down quickly on the lack of volume? No, am I saying to go short here? No. Why? Because the 5 minutes sloping upwards. And look at the 5 minutes sloping upwards. Here, ran up, came back down, ran up, came here, runs up. Is it going to do the same thing here for the fourth stinking time? It might, or it just might crash down and take and just shit the bed. And NQ could easily shit the bed and dump. That's really not much to say about right there. Okay, the, the point that I'm trying to get across is lack of volume means that it could be traded through pretty quickly. Okay, a lack of volume means it could be traded through pretty quickly. So you lose this area, we could come down to this area. Well, we kind of didn't. I mean, we came down a little bit, not very much. But it's what the point I'm trying to get across. Kind of like if we lose this area right here and you're on this ledge right here, the next thing to stop you is this area right here. And we could look at delta charts. If you want to look at a delta chart, you can just look at a delta chart. If you want to look at a volume chart, you can look at a volume chart. If you don't like looking at nothing like that, and you only want to look at a Japanese candlesticks, you just look at that. Of course, it's kind of hard to see the balance areas, but I need to take a look at that. But yeah, that's just the way it is. So this was a very quick trade. Okay, not very much made. Very quick trade. And you really have to look at it. You really have to look at it like we're breaking that area. We had a buying imbalance because that yellow right there. We come down, you buy right here, you add to your winner, your cost average is down here, and then you kind of popped up to this area and make yourself about 5, 6 points. Not a very big trade at all, but a valid one. Now, it could be a really nice trade if we weren't already at that friggin' highs. So now it tries it for a second time. It's, you see how that candle, how it traded through that area? You got to really look at the volume profiles. Now, this moving average that I developed, not my idea. I got it from a paper I read about an institution and their little pet computer algo. To basically take the Heikin-Ashi data of a candlestick. They take that data. They take the Heikin-Ashi data for a 14 period for let's say I'm doing it for 30 seconds. I'm on a 30-second chart. They take the Heikin-Ashi data of the past 14 periods and they kind of smooth it out with the non-EMA. And then I add all that data together and then I get that moving average right there. This ain't nothing fancy. This just keeps me in the right direction. When you're above and this thing is sloping upwards, you want to go long. You're not trying to catch a move from here to here. and make yourself $400. I mean, we're not as good as the hindsight traders of the gurus on YouTube, but what we can do is probably get a move from here to here and get yourself about 10 points, okay? And because we are probability executors. And if the probabilities are in or on your side and your batting average is good, you can normally go ahead and try not to get a whole stinking move, and you get a piece of the pie a little bit, and get yourself about 8, 10 points. You can go in with size, okay? Or you're going to go in with large size right here. Wow, I guess if you're a full port degenerate, uh, but just go in with size. And when you have confidence, because your batting average is like 60 to 70% win rate, you can go in with size with confidence and knowing if you do get stopped out, you're like, okay, so I took a stop out, big deal. The next trade could be a winner. And then you get yourself a nice 20, 30 point run. Okay, you can always step in with size and make up for that big run from here to here. Instead of one contract, go into size with like three contracts, peel some off, and then take some off here, and then you can actually make up for that whole big move. But you're doing it confidently and consistently. And and what I'm doing, what I'm teaching on a 30-second chart or a 1 minute chart, what I'm doing, you can easily jump over here to the 5 minute and do the same stinking thing. Okay. You can come over here and then look at this and be like, okay, right here we had some sellers that got trapped, and then we had some large buyers right up in this area. So I just go ahead and buy right here, put my stop down here. So maybe that's a 30 point stop, and then I come up here for about 30 points. Okay, that's a 1-to-1 trade. I mean, you can do this. I'm not keeping all the bubbles all the way to the New York session. Maybe I should. Maybe I need to change the logic and actually do that. Uh, the I might have to do that. That would be interesting, but quite frankly, I really don't. I don't need to because I got it right here. I got it right here on the histogram. Uh, I got it right here. I know there was large buyers right up in this area. Okay. By the time we're way the stink up here, they've already paid themselves. But we do know this is the area of interest. If we ever did get back down here, which I don't think we are, uh, you know that's an area of interest of buying. So you know that the buyers were down here. You know there are buyers right here. You know there is buyers right here, and that's a big green bar, so that's a large buyer. The point of control from my large volume profile, the point of control is this yellow bar right here was the largest buyer we had. Okay, so yeah, so this is what the market does. Finds value, goes into balance, especially on days like this. Goes into balance, pisses off any traders. Okay, now we're starting to move. Are we going to move well enough? Well, we got that ledge right there. We got this little about 50 bids, 50 sitting on the bids right there. We got that about sitting right there. Okay, so we have that sitting right there. I want to take off the heat map. I'm not used to trading a heat map. I know some people are. I'm not used to it. I'm used to looking at stuff like this. Okay. Actually on a dom. Okay, so we're traded down. We're below the 5 minute moving average up here. We're below the 5 minute moving average. Okay, but the thing you got to understand is there was a large buyer right up at here. Okay, large buyers right up in this area. Okay. Or and more than likely, they will defend that area, but we know that they were interested and they ran the market up. Okay. And what I'm looking for is like a delta surge. So I'm looking for is the delta surge. Now we're looking at the candlesticks now. Most of the time I'm looking at footprint charts. I mean, you can look at a delta chart if you want. If you want to flip over to a delta, you can go over to a delta chart and look at it and go with the volume and just go with candlesticks. You know, Fabio, the guy that is helping develop deep charts, Fabio uses a 40 range bar. And he just uses candlesticks and big, large volumes. Also, there's another thing. These bubbles right here are just one order contracts. I'm looking into adding you having the option to show one or both of them. I'm also going to do kind of like how we do. Let's look at this. We haven't looked at it today. Whoops. I'm sorry. We changed the menu system. Boom. Let's look at NQ on the live pulse, kind of like Bookmap. I can't compete with Bookmap. I'm just one senior software engineer that's been doing this for a while. I can't compete with Bookmap. They got a lot of money in the team of engineers. Okay, but sometimes you got to come in here and click apply. What's the find profile? Okay, boom. Let's come up in here. Let's go ahead and just clear everything out. Okay. Let's see what we got here. And it's towards the end of the day. I don't use like a book map thing. Oh wow, I was screwing around. We had a delta surge. Mother effer. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. I was screwing around and we had a surge, a delta surge. I don't know exactly where that happened. And here's what I do want to do. When we have a delta surge, I want to be able to, because right now, it's a 128 delta surge, okay? And the delta was 135. It surged for 128 within 1 second. It surged with over 75 delta with two consistent ticks downwards. And there's other logic I have in there for that. But what I would like to do is find out exactly where that delta surge was. You can look at a footprint chart and kind of get an idea where it was. Okay, you can kind of get an idea where it was. Okay, but what I would like to do is maybe tonight I will look into when we have a delta surge, it's kind of put like a blue violet bar, your cell thing, like right there. That would be one tick, maybe another tick right here of the delta surge. So you kind of have an idea of where the delta surge happened, okay? Where it actually happened. Now, like I said, it's been kind of difficult to short this market the way it's been all day. I mean, I wouldn't short this market with Trump's money. I mean, that's just me. Now, if we break this low right here, it might be interesting, okay? Because we closed below. You have to understand something is we had a delta surge. We got a buy and bounce right there, okay? We got a buy and bounce area. But what you got to understand is we actually closed below on this 5-minute chart. Where's the last time we closed below on the moving average? That was stinking way down here. But the thing is, you got these large buyers that are going to defend their financial investment. Okay? They're going to protect that investment. Where was that large buyer? Right here. Not too large, but then we had a pretty good one at like 290, 289, 290. So if we lose this area right here, if we can chew through them bids right there and lose that area, you just might be able to get yourself some. Maybe a 50 pointer? I mean, 15 pointer. 15. Are the odds in your favor? Well, I don't know. Because quite frankly, we've just been like this. So it's just, plus it's 140. Money, The donuts are made in the morning just like the money is. Okay. At 3:34, you got resting offers up there at 3:34. Not very much. You got some pretty large ones up there at 3 half, though. You got some pretty large ones up there at 3 half. Whoops. And you can scroll this back. You can only scroll it back to about 10 minutes, okay? Just because there's just too much data to be printed, and Ninja Trader will be taking a crap if you try to put too much. If you try to give it too much, it'll just kind of short circuit and crap itself, and you don't want that when you're in the middle of a trade. Now, Bookmap can do their thing because, well, it is their architecture. They can do it. Also, they paint the information a little bit different than I do. I did it the quick and easy way to just get this working. Okay. What Bookmap does is they take pre-rendered bitmaps and then they render it using your graphics card. And I will be doing that in the future. But yeah, that's what they do. Okay. 5 minute is flatlining. I was getting a little hope up in this area right here. I was getting a little hope, thinking we'd go ahead and sell off and try to get a little bit of a trade. Right now, it's flatlining, the 5 minute moving average. The 1 minute is kind of sloping upwards. That's not what you want to see. You want to see the price above this moving average and that moving average sloping upwards, and you want to see the same thing on the 1 minute. You want the 1 minute and the 5 minute to actually align with each other. You don't want them contradicting each other. You want them to align, kind of like what we did here, taking trades, kind of what we did here, taking trades, kind of up here, you know? That's what you want. And what time did that happen? Well, it happened from 9:30 to 12 o'clock, the time where the donuts are made. So this delta surge didn't amount to much of anything. We had an inside bar. Right there was an inside bar, which is pretty nice. We had a nice delta surge to the downside. We had a sell and bounce right there. We had a delta surge of 128 to the downside. We had an inside bar. That is a perfect setup to go short when you break the low of that. With a volume. You got to look over here where the blue violet is. You got to look over there where the sellers are, and are they large and in charge when you're breaking this area? And is the delta negative and actually moving down? And when it is, well, it's go time. About 25 points, maybe. Who knows? You take what the market gives you. If the market gives you 10, you take the 10. If it gives you 50, you take the 50. If it tells you you were correct, and it gives you 10 points and it says, okay, you are correct, and then it changes its mind and it moves right back up, well, you gotta make a decision. Do I take a stop out and pay the commission, or do I take a full stop out and pay the commission? Well, paying the commission is a lot cheaper than a full stop out. I'm gonna go ahead and put the line up there. That line is not going to line up with that because this just goes up kind of. You see how it moves? Because you see the shaded area right here? That's just the spread. That's just the spread. I put the line back on because I want to see if we break this area, what we're going to do. Okay, we're coming down here. What you need to do is you need to look at the delta right here. And you need to look at the current delta. It is starting to climb. Okay, that average is moving down. Look at this on the 5 minute. We're getting ready to break that. Hopefully, maybe we can get ourselves a sell off. But you got to remember at 289, you got that large buyer right there. Are they going to defend that area? Well, if you actually get in on the trading, you come down to this area right here. You got actually if you come down to this area and get yourself 10 points, you actually really need to think about paying yourself and moving to a break even. If you're slinging around the many and you can't do that, then you need to sling 10 micros and then sell 5 and then manage the other 5. Okay, that's what you need to do. We got 84 delta right here. We're delta neutral on a candle trying to break. I don't like that. You're looking over here, over in this area right here, and the bids are starting to refresh and move up. Okay, I really don't. Yeah, it is what it is. Oh, wait a minute, wrong key. You know, it is what it is. That delta on that candle trying to break this was not all that good. If you look at that, that was 35 delta. It needs to be big delta coming down. Got to have momentum for the break. Because you're trying to break, you need momentum. So are we going to pull back? Or are we going to have a run down and pull back, then a dump? Sometimes it does that. The moving average is still sloping downwards right here. That is a good thing. The moving average is still sloping downwards. Oh, man. Moving average is still sloping downwards. We're on a 30-second chart, so, you know, look at the delta. Is it climbing? To me, I don't like it because it's weak. It's already tried it here. Looks like it's trying to do it again. Delta's weak. I just don't like it. We've been moving up all stinking day. The first time we closed down below, and we're still for the past 10 minutes. We just been in just yeah. I just don't like that. And also, you got to think about this. You got them large buyers right here. I mean, you got that 54 right there. That's why I say it's hard to short this market. I wouldn't even do it with Trump's money because these buyers are in charge right now. The sellers are not. At 32, 43, 33, they are not in charge at all whatsoever. The buyers are. And now it looks like we could flatline on the 1 minute. It's going into 2 o'clock. You should have been like me, made your money in the morning and then just don't trade. That's just the way it is. Tomorrow morning, 9:15, I'll do the same thing. I'd like to try and get this Delta surge thing down about showing where the area is at because it won't matter what chart you're on. It won't matter what chart you're on. If you're on a solid candlestick, you'll still see where that Delta surge was. Are we starting to? We ain't doing nothing. We're sitting there consolidating. I wouldn't even try and take this short. Could you miss it and miss a 50, 100 pointer? Yeah. Just move on. We got 100 delta right there. That's pretty large. But if you come right back up in this area, you got to take a $150 stop. The delta, I mean, if you want a 20 pointer, that delta needs to go from 120. That delta needs to go over. It needs to go 150, 200. It really needs to start moving down. It really needs to start moving down, and it's not. That was the biggest delta break we tried to have, and it's still not able to do it. Okay, are the bids being refreshed? Are the bids being refreshed? Well, it kind of looks like it is from that yellow line. Kind of looks like the bids are being refreshed and they're lifting the offer. Okay, when you see that, that's not a good sign. Like I just wouldn't even take the trade, man. Like I wouldn't even care if it dumped 50. I'm like, yeah, I just don't like it. Move on. Tomorrow's another day. Make your money in the morning, be done. What I would like to do is, like you had the delta surge here, but we didn't know exactly where in the candle. We just know it's there. Uh, and the delta surge has to be 75 within 1,000 milliseconds, which is basically 1 second. I wanted to do that. I might do 500 milliseconds, a half a second. I don't know, or I might just keep it at 1 second. Um, What I'd like to do is have like a bar, like I said, right here to be able to show you where it was. There was maybe one there and then two there. Maybe they stacked, or maybe it was just one. So that way you know where it's at. So if you kind of trade back up into, you could possibly try to enter and then put your stop above the delta surge somewhere up in this area. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I would like to do like tonight. I mean, look at the break of this. It's like delta neutral, quite frankly. Like this is just so weak. I just it'll irritate the living crap out of you, or at least it would me. I ain't got no patience for this market. 289 is where that buyer was before. See, normally if it didn't break right here, like I was hoping that it would, I just don't take the trade at all because we kind of ran back up. We kind of tried to do it again. I just don't take it because I want it to be aggressive down, aggressive I want those sellers to step in and tell the buyers, "Hey, we are back in charge. We're moving this thing down." And that didn't happen. Yeah. Ugh. Oh, man. You got 96 large buyers right there. 96, that wasn't one contract. It didn't show up as as one order. It didn't show up as one order. But it got pretty high delta right there because that bubble right there is real dark green, and you can see right there 147 positive delta. So that right there is telling you that the buyers are definitely here. Is it the person, the institution, a market maker that slung in that 289 size up in here? We have no idea. We don't know without the trade ID. And we ain't privileged to that information. Maybe if I got enough money, I might have be privileged, but I'm not. Okay. So it's a very weak break. Like I said, if it didn't break it right here on the first go round, I was hoping we'd get a nice big violent break with the delta really climbing. But I mean, this candle right here had basically a delta neutral. This candle right here needed to break this area with very high delta, and that is not what happened. And then now we're just getting a slow grind down. This type of market will piss off a lot of people. But somebody like me would be like, yeah, you know what? Who cares? It's late afternoon. Stats usually tell me I suck at late afternoon, and I make most of my money in the morning. Like eval that I passed yesterday morning. Of course, it took me 2 hours to get the couple of trades to pass it, and then this morning on the funded account, I don't know how many trades I took, like a handful of trades, and then made some, lost some, made some, but I'm green for the day on the funded account. But that all happened in the morning. And I was done, I think, by 11:15. I think I was done. And then I just closed out the execution box because I was green for the day. I closed out the execution box and I'm not giving anything back. It's my money and I ain't giving it back. Finally, person that tried to short here, no go. Short here, no go. Short here, no go. Short here, maybe they got the winner. Maybe they got the winner. Well, this market was nuts this morning. Had a bullish engulfing candle right there. Then we had the Delta surge come in. Delta surge, the Delta surges. We ran up, didn't flatline right there, kind of ran up. So I'm still working on the Delta surges right now. Right now I'm on version 1.4. Okay, yeah. I mean, if this market dumps, I could give a flipping crap about it because it's late afternoon. I ain't giving my money back. But you got to think right up in this area, right up in here. You got that large buyers. Okay. Yeah, it could be them taking their profits and then just slowly drifting down. But, when it didn't break here aggressively, I was not interested. I just not interested. It needed to break aggressively right here for me. Couldn't do it here. Just slow little grind right here. Then we finally got the break. But the thing is, what I like to look for, and my style of trading, you're gonna miss some moves. You're gonna miss some moves. You're gonna miss like a 30-point move. And who cares? I don't care. And the reason I don't care is because I do not see my trade coming in. Here, it didn't happen. What I am looking for is I am looking for a large seller, like 100, 200 sell contracts in one execution, come into the market, close below that, then get in and use the back of that large player for support. And I don't see that in anything coming down here. So therefore, I don't trade. I could be looking for a large buyer to step in because they have a financial institute interest right up in here. They have a financial interest up in here. So if you see a large buyer step in and you have a nice red candle that closes below it, then they could be considered trapped. And then you start taking a short. But if they start trading above it, up above a little bit, you got to cut the trade. Okay, I'm not seeing that here. You got an inside bar right here. Okay, this right here could be a valid trade. You got a delta surge coming in. You got inside bar. Come on, man. Well, wrong one. Uh, do, do. You got an inside bar. You got an inside bar right there. Okay, you get a break of that. That is a go for me. Okay, why? 5 minutes sloping down, 1 minute sloping down. I might have missed the trade all from here to here because I'm not one of those hindsight gurus up on YouTube at night. Okay, I'm not like that. I don't know. I can't do that. But what I can do is probably get a trade from here to here and get myself 10 points and go in on a few minis and then sell me some right now, sell me some, and then try to get a winner and then just get a runner. Get your runner to come through here. Can we take out the buyers right here and then come down here and get yourself a 40, 50 point run on a runner? Yeah, you might be able to do that. Again, I don't see any large participation, not even on here. This is enough to piss anybody off. But this is really what you do want to see. You want to see a sell off, a green bar, inside bar, and then a break of that when the moving average on 1 minute is sloping downwards and the moving average on 5 minutes sloping down. That is what you want to take. I didn't take this trade because, well, for one, it's 2 o'clock. I'm done trading. I made my money and I'm done. This was a nice little puke out right here for about 30 points. Lock in some money if you got it. At 220, you got about 50 sitting on the bid at 220. Right up in here. 220, you got 50 sitting on the bid at 220. You can sit here all day long and just look for those types of trades right there. Those types of trades right there, you can look for a move down, an inside bar, that bar right there, an inside bar, a break of this, and you get a nice move down for about 25 points. That's a $500 day with a mini. I don't care if you have to sit here and sit here for 5 hours and then make that money. At $500, if you can average that a day, that's a six-figure income. That's more than the average person makes in America. Mm. That's not an inside bar. The wick below that's not an inside bar. I like them like this. I look for those all the time. Uh, Kinda didn't have any. This one right here was kind of an inside bar. You could have done it on a 5 minute. You really could have done this on a 5 minute too if you got in here. Put your stop up here. So you get in here, put your stop up here. You might have gotten wicked out right there. Maybe re-enter the trade. I mean, that right there on a 5 minute, you that would be like an 80.1 or so far on a 5 minute. Okay, that's the same thing. I look for it on this is a 30-second chart too, folks. This is a pretty quick chart. So right now, you really got to consider you're starting to climb on the delta, about 100 delta. You're starting to climb. You had a spinning top right there. You could come up and kiss that moving average and move back down. But if you got profits, you, if you're sitting in some profits, you got to peel a little bit off because this thing could run right back up because you know they got they got caught right there. Yeah, if you got in there and you come down here, you really got to peel some off. And if you come up in here, you really got to take your 25, your $500 on a mini. You just got to take it. Don't be a greedy individual. Okay, like my old mentor said, bulls make money, bears make money, and pigs get slaughtered. So don't be a pig. See, I couldn't even take this trade because the execution window on Rhythmic is closed out. Because I made my money for the morning, I just closed it out. Do do do. See, Rhythmic, I don't. I got the Rhythmic thing up, but I'd have to bring up the order book and all this and that, and I just ain't doing. Actually, I can just close this out. The execution window was closed out because I made my money in the morning on my funded account, and then I didn't want to give any back, so I just closed the execution window out. By the time a trade sets up, it's too late. It's a way for me to protect myself from myself. It's a way to protect my profits from myself. We had a pretty nice delta surge. Of course, we had a wick that kind of came up to it. That was a little concerning, but you're right in the area of all these buyers right here, so that could be expected. So I'll be back at it again tomorrow at 9:15. We got a large bubble right there. How many was that? It was about 100 some contracts in 100 milliseconds. I don't know how many that was. 89 contracts. 89 contracts in about 100 milliseconds. Each bubble's 100 milliseconds. It wasn't one large order. It was multiple orders within 100 milliseconds. Probably some order slicing. Possibly some order slicing going on. We got that large delta right there. If we lose that area, you possibly could come back down to here. But you got this delta area right here, that green. Ugh. I like the morning sessions. I really do. I like the morning sessions. What we got for news? Well, it's 155. What do we have? We had Israel Broadcasting Authority negotiations between the U.S. and Iran are not progressing positively. That happened at 2 o'clock, 13:55, 155. That's why we got this dump, I guess. You know, the stinking news. That's why we got that dump right there. Boom. You know, I just stop. Yeah, whatever. I am just so stinking tired of all this news. Yeah, I had a sell off on the inside bar on the 5 minute right here. You see that? Same thing happens on higher time frames right there. So what this is telling me traditionally, if you come up here, it, we could move back up. If we break this area and we break this, we can move back. We can move back down some more. So it might kind of run down, have a micro pullback, then break. Okay, just kind of way it does. Kind of like when you have run up here, a little pullback, and then a nice run up here. Could do the same. Run down, pull back, and then run back down. All I know is we could be basing around this area right up in here. We have no idea. We could base around this area. Uh, You know what's kind of interesting though? At 13:55, we had that news come out about 13:50, somewhere around that up in that area. And you know what's very interesting is most of the time when we had news, like okay, I took a 50-point winner today, but I will be totally honest with you. I did it because the order flow told me to, but the reason I got 50 points is because I got caught on the right side of the news, and it got me 50 points. But I got in because the order flow was telling me that, "Hey, you gotta go, man." So I did, and I walked you through it earlier. Um, and but what is interesting here is that it didn't dump violently. Like, normally when Iran news is starting to come out, it's like, "Yeah, okay, boom, up, down, violent." I mean, violent moves, man, 1,000, 2,000, $3,000 moves. I mean, we're talking massive. But this time it didn't. This time it really didn't. I mean, 70 points in a matter of what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 5 minutes. I mean, we're talking like 5 seconds before boom. You know? You get slaughtered like a stinking pig if you're on the wrong side. But that didn't happen this time. This happened in a move like no news even actually happened. So is the market getting numb to all this BS news? We have no idea. But what I do know, and if you're new here, this is what I do know. What I do know, and I always say this, and people will be like, "Oh my word, here he goes again." The market sells off, finds value. The value is to the downside, and then once it starts going like this, it goes into a balanced market. It likes to piss off new traders. Okay, it likes to piss off new traders that are trying to catch falling knife. That's what it does. Um, Basic auction market theory. And also, I'm not looking to get the move from here to here. Okay, I'm looking to get the move from here to here. 25 points. I'm not looking for the whole pie. I'm looking for a piece of the pie. You know, don't be a greedy, you know what. Oh, are we gonna find? Look at that 5 minute. Are we gonna find it? Are we gonna find it to the downside? Look at that. Look at that. Is it gonna break? Is it gonna break? Look at the delta. Positive 725 delta on that little spinning top right there. 245 on this one. So we don't know. I do know one thing. I gotta be back in a few minutes. Um, yeah, I'll be right back. All right. Okay. Well, we have a buyer. We have a buyer at 57. Are they going to get caught? Kind of like you see how we, um, on the 5 minute right here, we have, hold on. All right. Are you going to post, uh, 1.4 tonight? Probably not. It's kind of something I want to do. Plus, I need to add in the user settings because all this is hard coded right now. I need to add in user settings up here for you to change things because right now it's just hard coded for the NQ and it needs to be user settings for different instruments. I just got 2 seconds chart so I can make. Well, this is uh, yeah, on the 30-second chart. I'm using a 30-second chart, and my settings uh show level 2 data, heat map, bid ask, showed level profile, the delta, all that. This right here, minimum volume I have set to 2, large volume I have set to 30, resting orders is like 20. That's 20 for the heat map up here. Sometimes you can change it. It depends on how the market's doing, the imbalance and levels, the DOM depth. The DOM depth, I need to work on this. Uh, yeah. If you can't move the price ladder up or down too much, you need to change this to like 500 or 200. And then the volume profile tick march I have set to 4 for the NASDAQ. Um, so we have the seller here that got a little bit trapped right here. Um, yeah, Delta surge of 173, but we kind of moved quite a bit. If you look at the 5 minute, see how that 57 buyer was right there? That 57 buyer was right there. Once we break that, that's a trapped buyer somewhat. It kind of moved up and then kind of came back down. But once we uh, broke that area right there, you got about 20 points. It's kind of, well, I was away from the desk when all this happened. Um, yeah. It's like 225. See how on a 30-second before, on a 30-second, like inside bar right there and we didn't break. Maybe you tried to get it right here and then you kind of took a small loss. I mean, that inside bar didn't work out, but this one did. Okay. This one did work out and you got yourself a good 30 points for that inside bar. Do we have any more? Not really. We got a delta surge of 173, but the problem is I don't know where on that candle the delta surge was. need to somehow get that information on there. I can try and do that tonight. Uh, I can try and get that in there tonight. The thing is, if you're right here and you get in and you see this 57 fire, we kind of moved up, then we moved down, and then we actually broke it right here, and you get in right here. You need to start getting out. Once this delta on this candle right here at 236, it starts shifting upwards. You got to get out and just take your profits, okay? You got to be disciplined and just be able to take your profits on that because the 5 minutes moving down, we have a nice red candle. You have 50, you have someone coming in here with one order of 57 contracts trying to buy it. Okay. And the thing is about futures is uh, it's a zero sum game. So someone sold that and someone bought that. Okay. So if you make money, someone else loses money. If you lose money, someone else made money. You know, it is a zero sum game. This is not like stocks where it has a pool of shares. Okay. Futures does not work like that. Uh, okay, good. Okay, good. You got that screenshot. What I need to do is I really need to sit down and do a video of how I set my charts up. Uh, now that this is starting to come to a close with order flow pulse, this whole thing right here, there's a lot more that I really want to do, but it's good enough. I mean, I'm making money from it. I'm passing evals, doing this, doing that. So if it's good enough for me, it should be good enough for you. Uh, so I can start making education videos and also install videos of how I install it and set the charts up and explain all these settings. I need to do that this weekend. Yeah, yeah, I could easily do that. But those defaults would be uh, for NQ, and some people trade ES gold. Uh, are you talking about on the main chart, the vertical lines? Those are just uh, timelines. Those are just time like 30 seconds. Like this candle, that's just 30 seconds. I'm gonna have an option where you can turn that on and off, to be quite honest. I might have an option and turn that on and off. I just wanted to get the main functionality working, and it is working. Uh, whoops. All right, let's recenter this. Um, I think I moved it around, didn't recenter it. Yeah, so the Delta surge thing, that is something I started last night because I have all the data and I just started plotting this on there. And at 1:45, we got people sitting on the beds at 1:45, and it looks like we're bouncing off of it a little bit. But the thing is, the 1 minute starting to roll over, the 5 minutes still pointing downwards. What are we looking at on the profile, TPO and profile? Mm, yeah, we just came back down. But this is what you want to look for. You really need to look for like this. We had a sell actually on a 5 minute. You had a nice sell off, and you had that inside bar right there. Then you had this one right here. So when you start breaking this with negative 47 to 1 delta, but once it starts surging, once it starts breaking that area right there, and that delta is climbing, you can easily get in for a nice quick trade. You can trade off the 5 minute chart. Okay. You can look at a higher time frame, like a 30 minute, and then trade off of the pulse on a 5 minute chart. You can do that. I just switched to a 30-second chart today uh, to see what it was like. I'm trying to use all the charts. Yesterday, I used the tick chart a little bit. Yesterday, I used the range chart during the morning, did a couple trades, passed that eval, and then I was done for the day. Then I think I traded a tick chart a little bit, and then I don't know what I did afterwards throughout the day, but I was just kind of screwing around. After I passed that eval, I just started screwing around. Because that's what I like to do, just make my money in the morning and then just do whatever. I try to be consistent. But the trades that were done, this right here, nice move down. The moving average is sloping downwards. The 5 minute is moving downwards. See right there, that 5 minute sloping downwards. Right here, it we were running down that bar right there. This bar, the inside bar, did not break the high right here, did not break the low. And then this right here, once we broke that low, you get in and you got yourself a nice 30 point trade. And you had a delta surge come in. You had a delta surge right in up in this area come in of negative 79. Okay, and then the total delta was 120 for that candle. You can wait. Uh, Sometimes if I'm looking at a footprint chart, I will get in on the candle that where the delta surge is happening. Sometimes I will sit there and wait until it closes like this. You close and then you get that delta surge because it opened up here and it ran back up to right up here, and that could have stopped you out right there. And then it kind of reversed, and then you could have gotten right back in and then made yourself some money, but you gave back a little bit of profits. Okay. So, you really have to, you'll get a feel for it after a while, especially if you look at a footprint chart. And what I want to do is for this delta surge, where am I? All right. For this delta surge, what I would like to do is tonight I'm going to look in because we don't know where in this candle it happened. Is to be able to put like a bar right here and be like, okay, that was one delta surge of 2 ticks, and then it might have had two of them. Okay, and then it would be two little bars that go out this far. That way, when you get in here, you know where in that bar that delta surge happened. Did it happen way up here? Okay. The good thing is if the delta surge happened down at the low of the bar right here, and we actually break it, that's actually a good thing because it gets you in the profits pretty quickly. And I wrote the delta surge because I've traded footprint charts for years, and I usually just look at the delta down here, and I'm looking at the footprint charts. Let me look at a footprint chart. So I'm looking at a footprint chart, and I'm like, okay, now this footprint chart is tick merged. Even though I'm on 30 seconds, I still have it tick merged to 4. Okay, so each level is 1 point. It just takes all the data and it merges it. It just makes it cleaner because NQ is a thinly traded market and it trades all squirrely. Uh, that's why I like to tick merge it. Now the ES, you don't have to do that because it's a thickly traded market. See right here where that delta surge was, that 173 right over here to the left. We don't know exactly where in the candle it happened. You might have been able to see it if you were looking at it, because that's how I do. And a lot of order flow traders trade delta surges. Okay, they really do. You need to look up on YouTube and well, hopefully you'll get a good video of explaining how delta surges happen. But the way that I write the logic is a little bit different. It's not just the surge of delta. There's a lot of things involved. Um, for one, what I'll do is the delta surge has to be 75 or higher. Right now, that was negative 173. Also, it has to, like right now, we had a delta surge right now. It has to be 75 delta, positive delta, that surges within 1,000 milliseconds, which is 1 second, which is not too aggressive, but I just wanted to start it with 1 second. So like 1/1000. And what it needs to do within that 1 second, the delta needs to go from, let's say, 0 to 75 positive. Also, what it needs to do is that it needs to be an imbalance area of like 3 levels. And also it needs to tick up twice in a row. It needs to tick up, then tick up again. Okay, delta surge. It needed 75 delta, which it actually had, 75 negative delta. And also what it needs to do is that it needed to have a tick. It needs to tick down, and then the next tick needs to tick down again. If it ticks down and then it ticks back up, it's invalid. That's not going to show. There's a lot of logic that I have inside of the delta surge. It's not just a delta going aggressively up or down. It has to go down in a certain amount of time, and it has to tick down, and it has to be an imbalance area. Kind of like this: 6 to 2, 12 to nothing, 9 to 2. There needs to be some kind of imbalance. I think that probably was this delta surge area. And it needs to tick down, tick down. There's 3 criterias that need to happen. There needs to be an imbalance and of 3 levels, and it needs to tick down twice and have a surge of 75 or more. Like right now, you can read these numbers right now and see that this is some pretty good aggressive support right up in this area right here. Pretty good aggressive support right up in here. I need to clear this because this is taking, it's slowing. I can tell it's slowing down the charts because I'm not able to draw as fast. I don't even use this thing, so I'm just going to close it out. We have a sell imbalance. And another thing you really got to be aware of, have to be aware of where you're taking these imbalance surges. I mean, we're right up in this area, okay? We're right up in this area, and it's kind of like a consolidation area right up in here. A tick surge would be nice if you actually broke this and the tick surge was up in this area. That's not what you really want to do. It needs, well, we're kind of moving up. Let me go to a solid candle. kinda like this tick surge area of -79. We were not in a balanced market, we were actually just moving down. We had an inside bar with that was a sell to go short, and you got that 79 for confirmation. You probably coulda added to the trade once we broke that area right there, the low of the bar of that delta surge going down. And this one, like a spinning top, you had a delta surge of -173, but you had kind of like a doji candle. That was like an indecision candle. This is not a very good one to take. That's why sometimes you want to wait until it closes. Kind of like the -79. Wait until it closes. Just because you see that delta surge doesn't mean to just go short. It's not a signal service. And some people are not going to want this, so I'm going to have to have the option in the charts to have an option. Sometimes you get a white screen. I haven't been able to figure that out yet, but it's not a showstopper, so I'm not too worried about it. Show delta, show. I'm gonna have an area in here to either show or hide it, because some people are not going to want to see it, so don't show it. And so I mean, it should be out by the end by Monday or Sunday night by 6 p.m. I will try and get it out. It will be the first iteration of it. I will try and get it out. Uh, yeah, followed by the inside bars. Yeah, that's why I normally I did not take this trade. I did not take this trade right here. I did not take this trade right here. That was negative 105, and we had an inside bar, and it was like 102. So it kind of clears it out. But uh, these are actually really good trades to take when the 5 minute and the 1 minute are in line with each other, and you're in a 5 minute sell candle, and you're in line with each other. Those are really good to take. Yeah. Hey, Steve, are you on NQ or MNQ? Yeah, I don't know why you would see 2,000 positive delta. I've never seen that before. Just take a screenshot Yeah, just take a screenshot. I've never seen 2000 Delta before on NQ. I mean, that could be a weird, whacked out print that you got that I didn't. I have no idea, but, uh, yeah, I'll take a look at it after the stream. I'll take a look at it. I've never seen 2000 Delta. I mean, that could I don't know what that could be. That could be a weird print. I have no idea. So in this area, kind of like right up in here, is just an area where you really don't want to go long or short. You got the 5 minute that is sloping downwards. We're starting to consolidate in this area. I mean, it's like 2 minutes to three. So you really kind of, your day should be over. Yeah, I'll see you later. All right, we got negative 130. All right, we got negative 132 delta surge with a 50 sell on this. It's like 10 minutes to 3. This is really not all that good. You really like I say, you want to kind of wait until it closes. That delta surge probably happened right up in this area right here. But also another thing you got to think about is where is where you're at. I mean, you really got to think about you had you had them sitting on the bid all down in this area. So if you have a delta surge that kicks in right here, I mean, there's no reason to be taking it. That's why I really wasn't all that excited about it because you had that on that histogram. It was kind of way out here. So you got to be aware of where you're at. Okay, kind of like we're sitting up here with these offers up in here. Okay, kind of sitting there with the bids right down there. You kind of have to be aware of where you're at. If you go to the settings and you go to resting orders, I'll say I only want to see resting orders of 30 or more. Okay, and it's really only going to show you the real big ones on the heat map. Okay, on the heat map, it's only going to show you the big ones. On the histogram, I think it has to be a minimum of like 2 orders or something like that. Has to be a minimum of 2 sitting there. But that's why you really wouldn't be taking that because, I mean, you were sitting come on, you were sitting right there. And if you did take it, it needed to close below here in order to try to go down. This is the delta surge is not a sell or buy signal. And I have tested those inside bars when you have like 3 red candles, you have an inside bar and then the break of that. I have tested that and in the long run, it does work out quite good. That's why I normally take them. But I made my money in the morning, so I closed out my execution window. I mean, if you make over 50 points in a day in the morning, you need to really close it down and just walk away. I don't know. Let me see. Do. Yeah, I made like 70 points today. I made like 70. Okay, the 20 of them was a handful of trades in the morning. I think I lost one, made one, lost one, made a couple, and then the big winner of like 50, and then I was like 70 points for the day. So you got to walk away. To be quite honest, you really got to walk away when you have that kind of day. You really need to walk away, especially if you got lucky being on the right side of the news. I took it because of the order flow because I was looking at it, and then I went on ahead and took it, and uh, and I got lucky because I was on the right side of the news, and it popped. And as soon as it popped, I just sold it. As soon as it popped and it got right up to the top, and then I was looking at the footprint, and and the volume was drying up. I was like, I'm out. I was not going to sit there and wait for it to keep going. You got them sitting on the bids down there right up in here again. See right there? You got them sitting there. Kinda like how they did for that Delta surge that kinda went down. They got absorbed and we ran up, which would have been like a 10-point trade for you. Well, that's another thing I didn't even think about. You could actually use this Delta surge for something exactly like this. Because this 50 right here is great. You had 50. Let's look at this on a footprint chart. Let's look at this on a footprint chart and let's really take a look at this. Okay. So you had 87, 50 of it was one order execution. Uh, you had 43 to 87, 28 to 74, 83 to 55, 26 to 18. Okay. You had a lot of sellers right there in an area where they were sitting on the bid. You had a large one single contract come in. 37 of it was regular. We closed above it. You had a delta surge that happened in this area right here, but yet we closed above it. That could be a nice delta surge down. The confirmation normally off of 50 right there, you would want to get in on the break of this and try to get up here and try to get yourself about 10 points. That would be nice. I mean, on a 30-second chart, that's a really good trade. Uh, I mean, that is something that you really need to think about. Uh, we had a delta surge right here because it surged 132. The delta surge was 132 at the time, and then we closed above it, which then it ended with the 102. So, yeah, that right there is great trigger. That absorption was really good. The absorption of this was really good because they were sitting on the bids right there. We got 85 sitting up there at 200. 24 200. You got about 85 sitting on the offer up there. Got the 5 minute that's starting to climb. It's 3 o'clock. It's power hour. I don't trade during power hour. And if I do keep trading, today I just closed the window down. Normally, if I keep trading, I would downsize. I just downsize. Got a little tiny resistance right there. It looks like about 30 right there. At 32, 35. Little dot right there. I don't. Oh man, these telemarketers are nuts, especially with this AI stuff now. It's made it worse. They just go at it. We're back up here into the area where the buyers were in the morning, as you can see right there. The buyers were right here in the morning. And we kind of came back up to that area. The point of control definitely shifted. I'm going to merge profile a little bit more, get a better reading. Yeah, 304, there probably ain't much going on. Not much. Tomorrow, Trump speaks at 1 o'clock, which means he'll probably be there at 1:30. I hope they don't change the time to like trade balance at 8:30. U.S. initial jobless claims at 8:30. That's April 02. That is tomorrow. Those are red folders. We do not know. Sometimes I'll trade an eval on red folder events. Usually has to set up pretty decent. Sitting up there around 202 up in this area. As you can see, they're sitting on the offer up there. So if you make it up there, that's about 20 points. Got a little bit of support right here. Got 37 lot that kicked in. You got Delta 250. It seems like they're going for it. You got a buy and balance. Uh, if you get in right now, you want to put your stop down there at 7 points, but you're not even going to get a chance because you came up here to about 6 points. You need to just lock it in. You just need to lock it in. If you get up there and you get here and then you get up here and this offer right here and you don't sell some, oh, well, I don't know what you're waiting for, to be honest. I really don't. We didn't have a delta surge because it didn't meet all three criteria. But that was still a decent play to make because if you look at the 5 minute, 5 minute, okay, we're above it. It's kind of flatlining. We're above it. It's kind of flatlining. The 5 minute delta was like I don't know what it was, maybe 150. I'm not sure. But you got 37 contracts that kicked off. You got to think about the area you're in. You're in this area right here where the buyers earlier this morning was in charge. You got the largest buyer right here at about 180. Okay, that happened earlier in the morning. You got 37 contracts that kicked in. You get in here. You come up to this area where they're sitting on the books on the offer. Uh, you peel some off. Okay, You get yourself about 7 points, you peel some off, 6, 7 points, peel some off, make yourself about 110 bucks, and then just kinda manage the trade. I mean, they're sitting there at about 90 on the offer, roughly between 80 and 90 on the offer, it keeps going back and forth. But, I mean, that's and a lot of people are gonna say, "Well, 6, 7 points ain't nothing." Well, well, go ahead and sling, 5 bennies at it and see if that's nothing, you know? It's I'm not slinging that much because of the news, but even if you make $100, you just sit there and grind up an account, make $100. That's a quick, easy, low risk trade because you had the delta moving up of 242. You had a buyer right here. You had all this support from the other previous buyers. You had a seller right there. Okay, but then you kind of move up from here to here and get yourself a quick 6 points. Makes who is okay? Can you leave the door open? Hey, come here. Come here. Y'all going? Y'all going? Mm. All right, hold on. Um, yeah, that's just a quick $100 right there. And here's the thing, I mean, low risk trade like that, low risk trade. I mean, what are you risking? 5. Here's the thing, you really want to know a secret that I do? It ain't gonna be a secret no more. It ain't gonna be a secret no more. It ain't gonna be a secret no more. But you know what I do? You get on the break of this because you got that large player right there. You get in on the break of that, and then you put your stop right here because we came down. We came back down right to this area. We came back down. You get in here, you put your stop at the low of what the previous candle already did. More than likely, if you break that low, you're going to come down to this area and you're going to lose yourself about 10 points. Okay. So that's kind of, but you got to be quick and you got to be disciplined. Okay. You got to be quick and you got to be disciplined because that right there is just a 4 to 5 point trade and you got yourself about 6 to 7 points, say about 5, 6 points. Just, I do them all the time. Got a nice moving average sloping upwards. Boom, you got the orders kicking in, they going for it. When they kick in like that, big positive delta like that, with the buyer, with a large one order contract, and they start coming in like that, you kind of it's like a magnet. It's like a magnet going right up to them. It's just like a magnet. Boom. Don't know why, but it's just like a magnet. It just pulls them right to it. Let's see if we can't find another one like that. I don't know what that one was, but that really wasn't nothing. Uh, I don't know. And see, here's the thing about the NQ. The NQ is basically a second chance instrument. You get in here, you should have taken your profits right up here because you had them sitting on the offer up there, but they were lifting the offer. They were lifting it up into this area. We came back down to this area right here. and then we moved right back up into this area for a second chance for you to get out. But so many people don't do that. So many people see this and they want 50 points. Well, it's just giving you a chance to just get out of the stinking trade. And look where we're at. We went down. The NQ is, I don't know, I can't remember who told me that, but the NQ is like a second chance instrument. It gives you a second chance. Majority of the time, they'll give you a second chance. I can't remember who told me that. Oh, it's 3:15, 3:13. You know, you really need to think about where you're at in the day. If you've had a red day, hopefully if it's small. If it's big, then you made a mistake. You need to rethink your your mental situation why you why you let it happen and get out of control. Uh, if you feel yourself getting tilted and you want to revenge trade, you got to get up and walk away. You just got to get up and walk away. I do it. Uh, Revenge trading doesn't work. You just got to walk away. If you've had a small red day, it's actually a good job because you didn't let it get out of control. Come back tomorrow, you have a good day, and you make back some, you make it back and then some. On the 5 minute, we're getting ready to break that. We closed above. We're kind of flatlining. We closed above that area, but 3:15. I don't trust power hour. I just don't trust it. What's the stinking ATR for 1 minute? Oh, I mean, it's like 7. It's like extremely low. Why do you need to go? Oh my word. Ugh. If you're looking for a breakout on this, it better start moving with some volume, some big volume, some big delta coming in. If you're looking for a move, where are you going to go up here to here? About 20 points. I mean, the VWAP, volume weighted average price, is kind of flatlining. So it's really not anything to be done. So it's kind of like the last hour is. I don't trade the last hour. Like I said, I always try to make my money in the morning. Yesterday, made my money past the eval. Good. It got it got approved and uh, it got added to my funded accounts. That makes 5 of them. I traded a funded account. I was already $1,100 up in when I started today. Now I'm up pretty decent in it. It's a green day, and it all happened in the morning. I was done by 11:15. That's how it should be. Try to make your money in 2 to 3 hours. If you can make yourself 500 bucks in 2 to 3 hours, call it a day. That's a six-figure income for the year, and you only working about 3 hours a day. I mean, where in the world can you do that? I used to make six figures as a software engineer. I worked for Booz Allen Hamilton. That was my last contractor for the government, and I made over six figures. I mean, I made six figures. Okay. Uh, I mean, I had to work a lot more than 3 hours a day. I can tell you that. I worked a lot more than 3 hours a day. The only reason I'm still streaming after the mornings is to try to get people interested in the add-on. That's all. That's all. Ugh. Yep. We gotta get a lot better than that there, buddy. If you want to go up there to 220, you gotta get a lot better than that. That little 70 delta ain't gonna do squat for you. We got a buying balance. We got a buying balance, and that's breaking. We got buying balance, and that is breaking. Yes, that is a buying balance, and we are breaking. When you start delta surging up there, you need to get through this little speck right there, the little speck. Run that speck over, and then you could possibly, if you run that little speck over, you can possibly get up to this area right here. You need to run them over, and you ain't running them over. There we go. That's a run over. That now see, that's what I was talking about. Run them little MFers over. Okay, get that 45, make them pay for it. You know, how dare you try to short a raging market when we're up on the moving average? How dare you do that? Come on, break this high right here. Break this high right here. You're in a winning trade. If this thing comes back to your break even, you got to get out. Boom. And if you don't get out and take this money, I don't know what the heck you're waiting for, to be quite honest. I really don't know what you're waiting for. I mean, my word, you come up here and I just walked right through it for 10 points. That's $200 in your pocket. You call it a day. That's a nice dinner and a good bottle of liquor. So, good night. I mean, how? I mean, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. I just got bubbles, man. I just got bubbles. And 10 years of experience trading this whacked out thing called the NQ. You know, we needed to run them over. We needed to run them little squirts over. Once you ran them over, then you had some idiot up in here slinging in 45 contracts in one execution. And when we closed a little bit above it and you broke that high, you really got in. Then you came right up here and you stopped right up here at 220. And it all happened right about up in here. Okay, right up in here. Do. You got to run them over and you go. Okay, why did it go? Well, the reason it went is because we ran these people over. Okay, we ran them offers over, and there was nothing stopping us up in this area. Okay, that's why we cleaned house all the way up here because there's nothing stopping us. Now, if you didn't take your profits up in here, well, you just crap out of luck right now. If you, I mean, that's what the target was. That's what the target was. The 220. That's what the target was. If you didn't take your profits, I mean, even if you got in right here when you ran them over, you needed to get out right here. Okay, you need to get out on that candle right there on the break of that. You want to know why? Because that's a negative 43 delta. The delta is starting to go. You got people sitting on the offer up there, and we didn't really get through it. Okay, let's switch over to a footprint chart. Let's just run this through on a footprint chart. Okay, let's just run this through on a footprint chart. Okay, we had this area right here. We ran them over. We ran them over with about 30, with like 30 to 6, 40 to 18, 30 to 3. I mean, they were large and in charge with the buying up in here. So that's when you get in, you see that trapped seller, you see a buy and balance right there, that little yellow bar right there. That's a buy and balance. Why not add to the trade? If you got in one mini, get in two minis, and then your cost average is probably down up in here, and then you get out up in here for about 7 points, make yourself about $280, and you call it a day. That's hyper scalping right there. That's just a little hyper scalping. Okay, why would you get out right here? Well, because for one, you got 43 contracts. They're pretty much large and in charge up in here. They got, look at this: 43 to 11, 36 to 26. Okay, you got 18 to 26. That's not very much. You got those big sellers right up in there that are big, large, and in charge. They're taking out the buyers. Okay, because it goes diagonal. Okay, you got to read this diagonally, diagonally, not horizontal, diagonal. You know, you got to read it diagonal, 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 diagonal. Look at that. Look at 105 to 15, 24 to 13. 67 to 40. The buyers were smoking them little turds. Okay. They were smoking them. 127. You had a buy and bounce area right here. You had more buyers than sellers. You had 36 buyers right there. 30. Oh, you little. See, I need to fix that. You had 36 buyers to 2. That's why you got that buy and balance right there. That little yellow bar, I switched it to yellow. That's why you got that buy and balance. And when you see that and you get a break of this, when you get in here and you ate them over, you could actually get in here, add to this position, you add to your winners. You cut your losers, you add to your winners. Your cost average is down here. You get up in here and you start cutting the trade for about 7 points. And guess what? You make yourself $140 per mini, 2 minis, 280. I mean, can't get no easier than that. Now can it? I need to do a video on how to read a footprint chart. Okay, reading footprint charts is not that difficult. It's not rocket science. You got 11 to 44, you got 34 to 8, you got 20, 20. The buyers are in charge. So why not just go ahead and get in and get yourself about a quick 10 points and call it a day and get yourself another $200. Now you got up to $384. It's not that difficult, folks. It just takes practice. Takes practice. Read a footprint chart. Make about 50 trades on a footprint chart, and you tell me if it don't make a difference. Go with the momentum. You're not looking to get the trade from here to here and make 30 points, but can you get the trade from here to here and make yourself 10 points? Yes. Your batting average could be quite good. If it's 60 to 70%, like mine, then you kind of really, when you're at 70%, you put your foot on the gas and you go and you start cranking out the minis. When your batting average is about 50%, like mine was last week, you let off the gas. That's just the way it is. You just let off the gas. Look at this. You got 21 to, what is this? 18, 10, I don't know. Let's say 21 to 10, 29 to 18, 32 to 22. I would have been cutting the trade right there, to be quite honest. Cut it. If it smokes up without me, who cares? I got my money. I'm moving on to the next trade. Goodbye. Goodbye. I'm out of here. You look at the heat map, you ain't got nothing sitting up there. You got some support right there that we came down to. You know, maybe you sell right here. You get back in right here. If it breaks this area, you just get out. Don't give back the profits you make. Don't give them back. Be greedy. I'm gonna switch this back to 4 because I'm on a footprint chart, and then we kind of get it going a little bit better. I wonder what it looks like at 2. What does it look like at 2? Oh, I don't like that. What does it look like at 6? 4 to 8, 4 to 6. What? At 5. I couldn't hit 6. It looks halfway decent. Okay. It don't need to be an estimate. It's just an estimate. Don't need to be perfect. It doesn't need to be perfect. You're just using this as a guide. Okay, right now we're in an area where the buyers are definitely in charge. But I would have cut it right here. I would have cut it right here and taken my profits. Because if you get in right here and you get out right here, that's about 10 points. If you can get 10 points and still have moved to a break even, manage the trade, every now and then you'll catch a nice runner. You'll catch a nice runner. But we did just walk through this trade right here. Uh, Kind of like when we were breaking. So we needed to break this area, but oh my word, holy smokes, I'm dizzy now. 330 right here. We got to break them. You got to look at the numbers on the footprint chart. You got to look at the numbers on the footprint chart. I mean, right here, 18 to 40, 29 to 11, 3 to 33. You got 8 to 56. I mean, they're just telling you that the buyers are taking charge. Then you got a crazy seller up in here. You got the moving average sloping upwards. We closed above it. You get a break at that high. I mean, maybe you scalp yourself off about 3 or 5 points. I don't know. Yeah, so tonight I'm going to be working on the Delta Surge stuff more. So I'm on version 1.4. You're on version 1.3. What do you want? Hold on. Okay, can you give me 30 minutes? Is it raining out? All right. All right. I kind of use this area. I mean, see the 97 offers sitting up there? I mean, I don't need a heat map to tell me that there's 97 offers up there. A heat map don't tell me how much there is. It just tells me there's a big offers up there. I mean, I can look at the histogram and see that. I mean, I am smart enough to be able to. I mean, you don't even have to read and write. Actually, no, that's just a big bar. I mean, you could probably trade. Don't say that. Don't say it. Yeah, go ahead and say it. You can actually teach a monkey to read this and actually click the button to sell. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Monkey see banana, monkey take banana. That's how I trade. I mean, I'm serious. That's how I trade. It ain't difficult. You get in here and you get out here. Why do you get out here? Well, because there's a banana. Because I got the banana. I'm running with the banana. I'm got myself 20 points. I'm running with the banana. I'm just a small monkey, and then all of a sudden I see a big old silverback gorilla sitting on the offer. I'm like, oh boy, we gotta go. We gotta go. I'm out. You know, it's late in the day. I get a little nutty. But that's the way it is, man. I'm telling you, see banana, take banana, peel yourself off some. You know, kind of peel yourself off some while you're running up. you know? Peel that banana, eat some of that banana, you know, because you never know, this thing could come right back down here and you drop the banana in the mud. Well, can't eat it no more, it's gone, but at least you had a little bit of it. This is not difficult. You know, in the very beginning when I started trading futures, I made it a little bit I made it more difficult than what it had to be. I seriously did. I made it more difficult than it had to be. I wouldn't take this sell. Why? Well, because the 5 minutes still sloping upwards. I mean, the 1 minute, 5 minute are contradicting themselves. They need to align. I don't need to be taking 50 trades a day. If I just take a handful of trades, I win a couple, I lose a couple, you're good to go. You're good to go. I mean, sure, you could take this short and put your stop up here for about 10 points, and you want to come down here to about 20 points, about 2 to 1. I have no idea. All I know is if you do try to get it 2 to 1, you know, you want to listen to them gurus and say, I need at least a 2 to 1 or a 3 to 1. You go right on ahead because what I'm going to do is I am going to look at this. What I'm going to do is look at this and be like, well, there's a big old positive delta right there. There's a buyer right there. Big old positive delta. It's stalling. The delta ain't surging down. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and cut it. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But I trade what the market tells me at the time. You know, if I got into this and the market's telling me what you're wrong, I'm not a dummy. I ain't taking no full stop out. I ain't no dummy. You know, them gurus, all they do is just show you what happened afterwards. And they're like, you see, I made a 3 to 1. You know, them gurus are gonna be like this. Them gurus are gonna be like, I bought down here and I sold up in here and I made myself 40 points and I went in on 5 contracts and I made thousands today. And you could do the same thing if you buy my $500 course because I need that $500 because I blew up about 8 evals trying to get this one trade going to show you. That's what it's just the way it is. Oh, that's good. That's a good idea. Okay. Yeah, there ain't. See, this is why I don't trade power hour. I just don't. I make my money in the morning and I move on. I make my money in the morning and I move on. I start at 9:15. We usually go through the daily. What's lining up right here on the TPO chart. Kind of like what happens on the TPO chart. Kind of like where we're going, what we're doing. At 9:15, I keep my eye on the TPO chart, volume profile throughout the day, and then I just look at the 5 minute right here, and I look at well, right now we're at a 30 second. Uh, right now we're at a 30 second. Yesterday I traded a range chart. Order flow is order flow. It don't matter if you use a tick chart, a range chart, time chart. It don't matter. Order flow is order flow. It's just a presentation. That's all. Just how it's presented. So this would be kind of hard to actually go because you got that 45, 42, and 63 seller right up in this area right here, and also that 32. You got them right up in this area. I mean, kind of them those right there. And this is another thing that I do look for. Okay, we actually got this trade. Uh, we didn't get very much, about 5 points. I thought it would be bigger because you had that trapped 45. And we closed above it. We kind of broke that, but we really didn't get very much. And it starts coming back down. You got to be out. But this one, this 42, we closed above it. Once you start breaking that, yes, we got a nice little run. Then you got yourself 20 points. Okay, so maybe you got a break even on this one. You got 20 points on that one because you had the moving average was sloping upwards. You had a 45 with a volume bounce. Maybe you got lucky and got yourself about 2 3 points or a break even. Okay, no big deal. Just don't get caught up when you see this candle right here and you're in right here and you see this candle right here. You need to really start thinking about the situation you're in. When you see this one, see right here, you'd be thinking, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have blow off top, 50 points," and then it comes down, and then it comes down to here. And then you have this candle. You really need to get out because it's going to go way down here, and then you're going to take a 10-point stop out, and then you're going to be hesitant about taking this 42. So just go ahead and move to a break even on this one. Just go ahead and take a small profit or break even, and then take the 42 when this one actually breaks right here, and then it actually runs pretty good. And let's say you get out up in this area right here. Well, that's roughly about 15, 20 points. Okay, that's great. That's about 300, $400 trade. Because that's what I look for. I look for trapped sellers and buyers. We're moving up. The 5 minute is moving up. You see right there, we're on the green candle on the 5 minute. We closed above on that seller that got trapped. You tried to get in, you couldn't get it. Boom. Okay, you're done. No reason to take all this stinking heat right here. You get back in because the commission's what, $2, $3? Who gives a crap? And then you get in here, and then you come up here and get yourself about 20 points and about $400 on the trade. I don't care if you had to wait all stinking day for 6 hours to get this trade, and you make $400, you're done for today. Come back tomorrow, you might make 800. I mean, yeah, just because you're a day trader or a scalper doesn't mean you need to be in the market constantly. Doesn't mean you have to have 50 or 100 trades a day. Okay. And this is on a 30-second chart. This is a very fast moving chart. Very quick. Okay. Very quick. That's like 340. 350 algo could kick in. I wouldn't be taking anything. But you probably could have gotten yourself a quick trade on this right here. You got a break even on this one maybe, and then you got a 20 pointer on this one with the trapped 42 seller with the close above it. Look at the delta 52. It ain't all that bad. I mean, if it was like 150, then yeah, that might be a little a little suspect. But the mover average is sloping upwards. If you look at this one at 1 minute, you look at the 5 minute. Is the 5 minute bar green? Are we above the moving average? Are we kind of like sloping upwards? Yes. Then go with the 1 minute. Make sure it's in line with the 5 minute, and then just take your trades like this. You look for trapped sellers. Okay, and then you go long. Trap seller, go long. You break even on this one, and then you got $400 on this one, 20 points on this one. If you're doing too many's, well, good job. About $800 trade. And once you get consistent with this and you're disciplined enough to sit here for 2, 3 hours waiting for these trades, you'll do a lot better. You'll be a lot better off. You'll do a lot better. Your bank account will appreciate it. Alrighty. Oh. What? All right. Hey, I think I'm just going to take off. Um, it's 3:45. I'll be back at it at 9:15 tomorrow morning. Make sure you go ahead and download the add-on at doo-doo-doo, at https orderflowbars.com. Just go ahead and download the add-on. It's free for the next 2 to 3 weeks. Just go ahead and download it. I mean, is it perfect? No. Can you use it and make money? Well, I'm using it and passing evals and trading funded accounts. So if it's good enough for me, then I'm pretty sure it's good enough for you. Does it have a little quirkiness to it? Yeah, there are some things that got little quirks to it, but they'll get ironed out. But like we say in the software development industry, minimal viable product. Give it out to the customer and then fix it as we go. Nothing's going to be 100%. That's why there's updates. I'm gonna work on to do the Delta Surge tonight. I'm gonna probably work on that a little bit more. Uh, I need to get that down. I need to add where the bars are on the side of the candle where the Delta Surge actually happened in the bar where it actually is, where it was located, where it happened. Um, and then I need to add it to the user settings. I need to add it to the user settings, like Surge Trader or something like that. I don't know what I'll do. But there's like three settings that have to align, and you'll be in control over it. I'll show you what I do for the NQ, and then you can do your thing. But I will be back at it at 9:15 tomorrow morning. We'll talk to you later. Bye.